Namaste. Good morning, friends. A session where we complete all our syllabus and progress towards answering or trying to understand the comprehensive questions and the MCQs. The next part of our syllabus goes to TDS, Tax Deduction at Source, Advanced Tax, TDS, TCS, and Advanced Tax. As said yesterday, I want to start with an amendment which can again become a definitive question. In the budget 2021, our finance minister gave a promise that senior citizens will be exempted from filing of their returns. Senior citizens will be exempted from the administrative provisions, that is, filing of returns. When it came as a bill, we had a lot of issues. When it came as a bill, we had some issues. Then only we understood there is a third category of senior citizens that was introduced. Already we have 60 plus, 80 plus. Senior citizen, super senior citizen. Then came a category called specified senior citizens. Okay. This provision is applicable, page number 135. This provision is applicable for a specified senior citizen, the one who has completed 75 years of age. The one who has completed 75 years of age. And the conditionality says he should have only two types of income. That specified senior citizen can have only two types of income, pension income and interest income. He should have only two types of income. He cannot have house property. He cannot even have dividend. He cannot have any of the other incomes. His income is restricted to only two things, pension and interest. And further is, even that should be from the same specified bank. That is, both the pension and interest should be credited in the same bank, which means all his deposits should be in the same bank. All his deposits should be in the same bank, and in the same bank only he should have his pension account also, or the bank account where pension gets credited. So all his deposits should be in this one bank, and in that same bank pension, because then only that bank will know this is his income, for which he should furnish a declaration. For which he should furnish a declaration. A resident specified senior citizen, one who has completed 75 years of age, who has only pension and interest income, which accrues to him in the same bank and there is no other bank account, and he gives a declaration to that effect, then for him, the specified bank will deduct tax, as if they will act as an employer. They will compute his income and deduct tax for him. Employer, what he does in salary is, He takes care of the entire computation and deducts it over, later we'll see that, deduct it over a period of time. Same manner, this bank will take care of your tax requirements. The specified bank should be a scheduled bank, and the bank shall compute the total income of the specified senior citizen. When I say total income, after providing everything, okay, the tax so computed on the total income will be reduced by the specified bank. So the bank will act as an employer types. They know what is the pension you are getting because it is getting credited only in their account, in the account in which you maintain in that bank. They know what is the interest. So they will compute your tax, and whatever is the tax that comes to will be deducted so that you need not pay tax. You need not pay tax, or you need not even file your income tax returns. Okay? Exemption is offered to certain specified senior citizens from filing of a return. Okay? This is a section which got newly introduced in the law. One minute. I'm looking into a question in page number 140. I'm looking into a question in page number 140, 140. Mr. Sharma, a resident Indian aged 77 years, so specified senior citizen, gets pension of 52,000 from the UP state government. The same is credited to his savings bank account in SBI Lucknow branch. In addition, he also gets 8% interest on FD of 20 lakhs with the said bank. Out of the deposit of 20 lakh, 2 lakh is for 5-year period, which is made on 1/4/21. This 2 lakhs qualifies for 80C. 2 lakh is for a 5-year term deposit made in 21/22. Whenever you are depositing for a period of 5 years, you can claim 80C, and the maximum is 150. Interest on savings bank 9,500. From the facts above, compute the total income and tax liability of Mr. Sharma, assuming that he has not opted for 115 BAC. His pension income is 52,000 per month. His pension income is 52,000 per month. Pension is taxable under salary, friends. Pension is taxable under salary. Yeah, yeah. Pension is from a former employer is also employer. Interest from term deposit. In addition, he gets 8% interest on fixed deposit of 20 lakhs. 2 lakhs is deposited even on 1/4, so directly for a full year. Interest on savings bank account 9,500. Chapter 16, 80C, term deposit for a period of 5 years or more. Okay, though you have done 2 lakh, I will restrict it to 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Okay, okay, okay. 80 TTB, 80 TTB, interest on deposit, interest on deposit. Since he is a senior citizen, it is falling under 80 TTB. Even fixed deposit interest will qualify. Even FD interest will qualify. Okay, restricted to 50,000. Total income 5,43,500. Plus 10,000. Remember, senior citizen, but not a super senior citizen. So, a basic exemption limit is 3 lakhs. Sorry, 10,000. 10,000. So, 43,500 into 20%. 43,500 into 20% plus 10,000. 43,500 into 20% plus 10,000. 43,500 into 20% plus 10,000 because senior citizen. Are we clear? Okay, right? So his total income and tax liability. What would be the amount of tax deductible at source by SBI, assuming the same is a specified bank? Is Mr. Sharma required to file the return if tax is deducted fully? Okay. Now, please write the whole provision in the examination. According to section 194p, in case of a specified senior citizen who has only pension income and interest income deposited slash credited in a specified bank, then on obtaining a declaration, the specified bank shall deduct the whole tax at source. Okay. Please write the answer in toto if this question comes. Mr. Sharma is a specified senior citizen. SBI is a specified bank. Mr. Sharma is a specified senior citizen. SBI is a specified bank. Hence, the whole tax of rupees 19,448 will be deducted by SBI on obtaining a declaration from Sharma. Hence, the whole tax of 19,448 will be deducted on obtaining a declaration from Sharma, where it is deducted so Sharma is not liable to file his returns. Are we clear? Yeah. Is Mr. Sharma required to file his return if the fixed deposit of 20 lakhs is with Canara Bank and other instead of SBA, other facts remaining the same? What do you say? Yes, because pension is in one bank, that is SBI. Fixed deposit is in another bank. That is, it should be both who is a specified person, more than 75 years, has only two sources of income, and both the source are getting deposited or credited in the same specified bank. I am not saying Canara Bank is not a specified bank, but it is not the same specified bank in which pension also gets credited. Both the pension and interest should be in the same bank. Am I clear to you? Okay. So look forward for a question from 194P, which is important from various perspectives. Shall we? Shall we move on? Okay. Okay. My dear friends, my dear friends, my travel now is towards one of the newly introduced provision, TDS on purchase of goods. Okay, till last year it was only for services. Now TDS is also for goods. But before that, I want to take a route of first making you understand some of the existing provisions, then come to amendment. So my travel is going to start from 194O. Okay, 194O and section where I am going to deduct tax for electronic transactions. I start the discussion here, my dear friends, and move on to amendment. I am only going towards the amendment after starting the discussion here. 194O. Okay, what is it? See, let us take that we are all ordering in Amazon various products. Namakilla in the provision. Amazon collects from us and then gives it to the participant. They are all known as participant. Okay, you are buying a book. You are buying a book from Amazon. Okay, Let us take that you are buying a Chetan Bhagat book from Amazon. Amazon collects the book value from you, retains a small amount and remits the balance to Chetan Bhagat or the publisher. They are known as participants. They are known as participants. So, this provision is for e-commerce operator making payment to a e-commerce participant. E-commerce operator making payment to a e-commerce participant. While making that payment, the law tells Amazon or Flipkart, boss, reduce tax and pay. Reduce tax and pay. Okay. Provision is applicable for an e-commerce operator following digital or electronic or providing a facility. Provision is applicable both for sale of goods and provision for services. With the advent of lot of e-commerce company, imagine one organization. If some couple of years back, if somebody has told me, even last year somebody has told me that FIFA will be sponsored by an Indian company, I would only think of Reliance. I would not have, even at the largest also, I would not have thought that Byju's will be the title sponsors of FIFA. Science group தான் காரணம், நாம இல்ல. Okay. Right. Okay. So, fine. So, provision is applicable for goods or services. So many operators, so many participants. Unacademy, suddenly Coursera, so many participants. So many participants. So this e-commerce company, so transactions were going little unmonitored. So came this provision. 1% of the gross amount paid or payable is liable to be deducted. So, for an e-commerce participant, if 10 lakhs has to be deducted, paid, reduce 1%, pay only the remaining amount. Where PAN is not provided, then deduction is 5%. Where PAN is not provided, deduction is 5%. Is there a threshold limit? Yes. Applicable only for individuals and HUF who are providing either PAN or Aadhaar. Applicable only for individuals and HUF who are providing Aadhaar or PAN. The threshold limit is 5 lakhs. The threshold limit is 5 lakhs. Okay, so in the example I gave you, for Chetan Bhagat, if it is not the publisher, if it is directly goes to the author, and he being an individual, he provides PAN, the threshold limit is 5 lakhs, more than 5 lakh only, it is becoming taxable. Are we clear? Are we clear? So, first, in 2019, we came up with this provision 194O. E-commerce operator, all electronic channel transactions. And this is the first time we spoke about goods also. So far, 194A, interest, 194B, winnings, 194C, contract, 194I, rent, 194J, professionals, எல்லாமே service. Commission, எல்லாமே service. This is the first section that spoke about goods also liable for TDS. And that too only goods which are transacted through electronic channel. Then a provision was introduced in TCS. Okay, in 2020, a provision was introduced in TCS. What is TCS? TDS. The payer has to deduct a particular amount and pay the deducted sum to be remitted into the government account in the name of the receiver. TCS. The receiver has to collect certain amount and remit it to the government account in the name of the payer. So TCS is receiver. So they brought 206C 1H. Sale of goods of value exceeding 50 lakhs. Sale of goods of value, page 147. Sale, the goods of value exceeding 50 lakhs. This provision is applicable for a seller whose gross turnover or receipt has exceeded 10 crores, not in 21-22, but in 2021. This provision is applicable. Now, okay, I am a seller. I am selling goods to our friend, and the total transaction value exceeds 50 lakhs. Total transaction value exceeds. I am liable to collect tax from her. TCS. When she pays for the goods, I am liable to also collect some tax and remit, provided my turnover of the financial year 2021 is more than 10 crores. அப்பதான் எனக்கு 206C 1H applicable. Otherwise not applicable. So 206C 1H is applicable for the seller provided his turnover in the immediate preceding year exceeds 10 crores. Okay, so my turnover for all of us here who are writing our exam in the financial year 21-22, if in the financial year 2021 my turnover has exceeded 10 crores, then this year I am falling under 206C 1H. Okay, then when should I deduct? Provided my consideration exceeds 50 lakhs per party. Okay. And the amount I have to deduct is, or collect is 0.1% of amount exceeding 50 lakhs. So the transaction with her for me is 60 lakhs during 2021. 10 lakhs into 0.01% I have to collect from her. Are you understanding? I have to collect from her 50 lakhs plus 10 lakhs. This is my sale consideration plus 10 lakhs into 0.01%. So about 1,000 rupees or so I will collect from her and remit it to the government account in her name. Where she fails to provide PAN or Aadhaar, where the buyer fails to provide PAN or Aadhaar, tax is required to be collected at twice the rate or 1%, whichever is higher. 0.2 or 1%, so 1%. 1%. It is not applicable for sale to government. Always TCS, TDS are not applicable for these people. And it is not applicable for import of goods. Only two resident transactions are conducted. It is not applicable for stock exchange transactions. The other point I'll come to it, motor car, I'll come to it later. It is not applicable for stock exchange transaction. Sales returns are automatically adjusted, and it is not applicable for non-resident airline operators. So this is a provision which was brought on 1st October 2020, financial year 2020, where TCS, tax collected at source. Repeating, first na 194 O kondu vanden law. That is only that is also for goods, or that is the first time I brought for goods that are transacted electronically. Then I brought 206C 1H TCS provision for sale of goods. While getting the consideration, ensure that you are also getting it for the tax portion. In this year, the mistake I did is I think I wrote it after the questions. Okay. In this year, I brought a new section 194Q, which is for purchase of goods. TDS on purchase of goods. I'm telling one more time. 206C 1H. Seller collecting TCS. 194Q. Buyer. So, imagine the circumstance. I have sold 60 lakhs of goods to my friend. 60 lakhs of goods I have sold. If my financial year 2021 turnover is more than 10 crores or 10 crores or more, then while collecting from her 50 lakhs plus 10 lakhs plus 0.01% of 10 lakhs I need to collect from her. Okay. She, while paying to me, transaction value for her has exceeded 50 lakhs. If her turnover for the financial year 2021 has exceeded 10 crores, if the buyer's turnover for the immediate preceding year exceeded 10 crores, then the buyer should not pay me 60 lakhs, 50 lakhs plus 10 lakhs minus 0.1%, okay, of 10 lakhs. Okay, so TDS. TDS is by the buyer, TCS by the seller. Sir, rendu nadakuma? No. Either one of us, I will tell you how the provision. First, section is introduced from 1st July 21. So, amendment for you all writing the examination. Responsibility to deduct is on the buyer, the person who is purchasing the goods. Applicable if the buyer has a gross turnover or receipt exceeding 10 crores in the immediately preceding financial year. Whether TDS under 194Q is applicable for 21-22 depends upon the turnover of 2021. By interpretation, we also understand if 21-22 is the first year of operation, this provision will not apply because in the immediate preceding year, there is nothing. buyer need to deduct tax on the sale consideration paid to the resident seller, not applicable for export of goods. There it is not applicable for import of goods. Here it is not applicable for export of goods. Deduction is at the time of credit or payment, whichever is higher. Threshold limit 50 lakhs, rate 0.1% of the sum exceeding 50 lakhs. Where PAN is not provided 5%. There it is only 1%, double the rate. Okay. Uh, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, friends. That's I wrote. Oh, okay. Print correct பண்ணிருக்கேன் எழுதும்போது தப்பு. Sorry, friends. Sorry, friends. It's clarified that it is. There was a small confusion whether it is 0.01 or 0. I mean 0.1. It is only 0.1 and 0.01 இல்ல நான் எழுதும்போ 0.01 எழுதிருக்கேனா, so please don't look into it. It is only 0.1. Okay, sorry. Coming back, rate of deduction 0.1, rate of deduction if PAN is not provided 5%. இப்போ the most important discussion and the most questionable discussion, ஒரு assessee might fall both under 194O and 194Q. Which one will be applicable? 194O will be applicable because rate is high. There, rate is high. In O, the rate is high. Whereas 194Q versus 206C 1H. If suppose, understand this case, as I told you, my friend are transacting 60 lakhs. She should have deducted tax on the payment made to me. She failed to deduct, but I collected tax. Loss is okay. It's okay. ஏன்னா ரெண்டுமே 0.1% தான். Department is not losing. Okay. Tax is not liable to be deducted if tax deductible under other provisions of law or tax is collected under 206C, except 206A. However, in a case where a transaction falls both under these provisions, tax is required to be deducted only under 194O. I mean 194Q, where you have to both 206C and 1H. But I'll tell you how it applies. So stock exchange transactions, electricity transactions not applicable. Okay. Threshold limit is for the whole year. Threshold limit is for even though the provision is introduced on 1st July, but it has been clarified. Threshold limit is for the whole year. GST, we all know the question arises when the supplier account is credited for purchase, we credit it along with GST. When the consideration paid also if GST, should tax be deducted at source on GST? No. it need not be provided GST is shown separately in the invoice. Where GST is shown separately in the invoice, then you need not deduct tax and so. Okay. Purchase returns, automatic adjustment. Either you would adjust in the next purchase or you will adjust it in the subsequent manner. So not a bigger thing. Provision not applicable for non-resident. Okay. Exempt for government and other types of payment. Exempt for government and other type of payment. And this 10 crore is for the immediately preceding financial year we saw. I am coming to this questionable area of harmonious construction of 194O e-commerce transaction, e-commerce operator paying to e-commerce participant. 194Q, where the purchaser has to deduct tax on the sale. 206C 1H, where the seller has to collect the tax. Each of the above section has provision that if that section is applicable, then the other two sections will not be applicable. Every section, 194O says, if 194O is applicable, Q and 1H will not. Q says, if I am applicable, the other two sections will not apply. 1H says, if I am applicable, the TDS provisions will not apply. If a transaction falls both within the purview of 194O and 194Q, both under 194O and 194Q, 194O will prevail and not 194Q. I told you why. It is because the rate advantage. Similarly, if the transaction is between 194O and 206C1H, still 194O will only be applicable. The third point, if the transaction falls within the purview of 194Q as well as 206C1H, normally 194Q will be the guiding section. The transaction shall come out. However, next point la irukum. That is last point. However, where a transaction falling under 194Q as well as 206C1H, if for any reason tax has been collected by the seller before the buyer could deduct under 194Q, such transaction would not be subjected to tax deduction again. The concession is provided to remove the difficulty since the rate of deduction and the collection are the same. This facility is not there for 194O versus 206C1H or 194Q. There the rates are different. Here, since the rate is the same, it will be acceptable. Please read through once. Read through, I will explain again. Yes. On the amount exceeding 50 lakhs. Where the total amount before 30th June has already exceeded 50 lakhs, then this section will become applicable for every purchase or payment made after that. In your question, you are saying 30 is already over up to 30th June. After 30th June, that is from 1st July to 31st March, if it is within 20, fine. If it is 21 also, on that one is applicable. When I say threshold limit, it is for whole year and not from the date of introducing of this provision. Okay, okay, all of you, okay. Friends, I am repeating this section. This section is the one which is introduced in this year, but the thread of this section goes back for 2 years. First, in the first year, they introduced e-commerce operator to e-commerce participant. That is the first time in our law goods came into picture for TDS. Otherwise, it was all along services only. E-commerce operator has to deduct tax at 1% on the participant payment. The only exception is if the participant is an individual or HUF who provides PAN or Aadhaar, then 5 lakhs threshold. Beyond that, that 1% applicable. That was first introduced. In the COVID year, they introduced for the seller of goods. So it went under TCS, 206C 1H. In the example I gave you, I stick on, I am selling to my friend for a total value of 60 lakhs. On the amount exceeding 50 lakhs, whatever is the amount, 10 lakhs, collect 0.1% from her and remit it to the government in her name. Provision applicable if my turnover for the financial year 2021 has exceeded 10 crores. And stock exchange transactions, government transactions, import of goods, nothing applicable. I mean, export of goods, nothing. Finance Act 21 introduced the same provision from the buyer's perspective. From a TCS mode, it went to TDS mode. Did they scrap the 206C1H? No, no. It is parallelly existing. Why, sir, it should parallelly existence? Obviously, your sales is her purchase. Why should it parallelly exist? There is a possibility that my turnover in the last year has not exceeded 10 crore, but her turnover has exceeded. So even though I am not applicable under 206C1H, she might be applicable under 194Q. So I am maintaining this provision parallel. 194Q is applying in our case, in my example, to the friend of ours who is a purchaser. So it goes back to the original TDS. TDS nale namakku theriyum. Payer while making the payment, reduce and pay the sum to government account in the name of the receiver. Same 0.1% on the amount exceeding 50. And harmonious reading. ஏன்னா அதுதான் questionable மாறலாம்னு என்னுடைய opinion. sales. If both 194O and 194Q are applicable, 194O will stand. Rate is high. If 194O and 206C1H is applicable, then also 194O will stand. If 194Q and 206C1H is applicable, normally 194Q is only applicable, but she failed to deduct I collected. It's okay, no problem. Government is not losing, so they allow such a transaction. Again, not for export, not for stock exchange transaction, not even for electricity. Okay. GST, if it is shown separately in the invoice, 1 crore plus 18 lakhs, 1 crore 18 lakhs. On 1 crore only, the provision will be applicable. First 50 lakhs nil, balance 50. If I have given her an invoice, 118 crores, 1.18 crores, without splitting, then she will deduct for the 1.18 minus 0.50. GST should be separately shown in the invoice. If it is separately shown in the invoice, no TDS. Sales return or purchase return, any of you will either give the money back or you will make an adjustment in the books. So I'm not going to matter at all in those cases. Okay, not applicable for non-resident. And the threshold limit, our friend was also asking, is for the whole year. And the threshold limit is only from main business activity. It is important. My sales, my receipt side, I am having 10.10 crore, 10 crore, 10 lakhs in the last year as my receipt. When I look into it, 9.5 crores is sales, 0.60 or 60 lakhs is interest. Total receipt 10.1. Now the provision is not applicable to me because from my main business activity, it is only 9.5. This 10 crore limit is from the main business activity. Am I clear? Am I clear to you? Okay. Right. Mr. Gupta, a resident Indian is in the retail business and his turnover for 2021 is 12 crores. He regularly purchases goods from Mr. Agarwal, a wholesaler, and the aggregate payment in 21-22 is 95 lakhs. 20, 25, 22, 28. Assume that the said amounts were credited in the books on the same day. Mr. Agarwal's turnover is 15 crore. Based on the above fact, Examine the TDS or TCS implication, if any, under the Act. Yes, 194O is applicable. Write the answer in full always. Turnover of the immediate preceding year for Mr. Gupta, the purchaser, has exceeded 10 crores. Transaction with Mr. Agarwal has exceeded 50 lakhs. Hence, 194 Q is applicable. Okay. On the first 20 lakhs, it will not apply. Next 25 also it will not apply. 20 plus 25, the cumulative only comes to 45. On the next 22 lakhs, 17 lakhs into 0.1%. 17 lakhs into 0.1%. And on this 28 lakhs into 0.1%. 28 lakhs into 0.1%. What would be your answer if Mr. Gupta's turnover is only 8 crores in 2021? My answer will be 194Q is not applicable for Gupta, but for the purchaser Agarwal, 206C 1H will become applicable. Look at this. Mr. Gupta and his turnover 12 crore, he purchases goods. So for Mr. Gupta, the turnover of the financial year 2021 is less. So for him, 194Q is not applicable. But for the seller, Agarwal's turnover in 2021 is 15 crores. Agarwal's turnover is 15 crores. So for Agarwal, it becomes applicable. Agarwal has to collect tax, same. First 20 lakhs nil, next 25 lakhs nil, because cumulative is 45. On the next 22 lakhs, 17 lakhs plus 0.1% of 17 lakhs. And in the last 28 lakhs plus 0.1%. For the second part. For the second part, say there is Gupta, there is Agarwal. For Gupta, 194Q is not applicable because the turnover is only 8 crores in the financial year 2021. Whereas for one Agarwal, it is applicable. 206C 1H is applicable because for him the turnover is 15 crores. So here Agarwal has to collect tax. First transaction is for 20, not applicable. Next transaction is for 25, the cumulative is only 45, not applicable. Next transaction is 22, which makes the cumulative 67. Up to 50 not applicable, balance 17 into 0.1%. 0.1%. Last transaction value 28 lakhs, directly 0.1%. Last part of the question is also important. Sorry. Would your answer and 1 and 2, that is 194Q, do not change if PAN has not been furnished by the buyer or seller as required? 5% if it is 194Q, and if it is 206C 1H, then it is 1%. Twice the rate or 1%, whichever is higher. Remember, Gupta is the purchaser. Agarwal is the seller. If Agarwal fails to furnish PAN to Gupta, then Gupta will deduct 5%. That is case A. Case B, where Gupta's turnover is less than 10 crores, then Agarwal collects tax at source. Where Gupta fails to provide PAN to Agarwal, Agarwal will collect a tax of 1% instead of 0.1%. Kindly look for a question in this. Okay. Please remember these two amendments, 194P and 206C, 194Q. Kindly look for a question. A quick look at TDS other provisions. I want you to understand what is the threshold limit, what is the rate, what are all the special provisions applicable for that. What is the threshold limit, what is the rate, what is the provision applicable? Well, TDS is the responsibility of the person paying the income. The payer is obliged to deduct the sum and remit it into the government account in the name of the receiver. Okay, and issue a certificate. The payer should file quarterly statement of returns. We call it as ETDS. Electronic TDS has to be filed quarterly and an annual return. Normally, where the recipient does not provide PAN, deduction is 20%. We just now saw in 194Q, it is only 5%. However, there are few exceptions. Okay, but normally it is 20%. The rate is a direct rate. When I say 10%, only 10%. You need not add HEC except for two sections. One is salary, another is non-resident payment. நம்மளுடைய syllabusல ஒரே ஒரு non-resident payment தான் 194E. Other than that, there are no non-resident payment. So, except for salaries and 194E, whatever it is. Where a person fails to deduct tax or fails to remit the tax, he will be an assessee in default. He will be considered as an assessee in default. When I go to advanced tax, I'll talk about these direct payments. Okay. The first I am talking about 192 and 192A. Part A, I am talking about 192 and 192A. Applicable for all assessees, that is employer, including non-resident employer who allows his employee to render services in India, applicable to all assessees. Okay. Now I take this opportunity to tell here itself so that later we are more clear when we proceed. Majority of the 194 provision, not all. I can say A, C, I, J, H, like this, some of the provision 194A, 194C, 194. Majority of this, the payer, all payers, it is applicable except individuals and HUF whose turnover does not exceed 1 crore or gross receipt does not exceed 50 lakhs in the financial year 2021. Majority of the 194 provisions are going to give exception to only one class of payers, individuals and HUF whose gross turnover does not exceed 1 crore or gross receipt does not exceed 50 lakhs in the immediately preceding financial year. Not okay. 21, 22 should I deduct or not depends upon the turnover or gross receipts of 2021 only for individuals and HUF. For companies and all, whatever may be the gross turnover, firm and all, whatever may be the gross turnover, they have to deduct. Individuals and HUF have this. Am I clear to you? Okay. ஆனா இது எதுவுமே 192க்கு கிடையாது. Everything 194. 192, even if I am an individual whose gross turnover is just 25 lakhs, whose gross turnover or gross receipt is just 25 lakhs, but I pay to an employee 10 lakh of salary, I am liable to deduct tax at source. I am liable to deduct tax at source. This exception, that's why the law says applicable for all assessees, no exception. Tax is liable to be deducted at the time of payment of salary, and the threshold limit is nothing but basic exemption limit. The threshold limit is basic exemption limit, 250, 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs as the case may be. Employee is free to furnish other income earned. I have interest income, I have house property income, I have capital gains. Anything you are free to furnish to the employee, only income, not loss. Even if you furnish loss, if it is house property loss, it has to be considered. Any other loss will not be considered. House property loss up to 2 lakhs, the employer will consider. Where employee works with 2 employers, then one employer or the proof another employer to kudukkanum. Either employer is salary, you should submit it to B, or B's salary to A. He may choose to submit the information to one of the employer, of one employer to the other. Employer has to obtain proof. If I am claiming HRA exemption, who is the landlord? If I am claiming LTC, need to get the evidence of flying tickets, etc. House property loss, get the certificate. Chapter 6A deduction, get all the proof. Because employer is now assessing officer. Assessing officer panna vendidla employer has to do. He has to verify whether you are claiming it correctly. He has to. So that is a biggest responsibility. Now employer to poi solla mudiyuma, sir, this year I am opting for 115 BAC. Yes, an employer has to deduct tax under 115 BAC. I have told the employer that I will go by 115 BAC. An employer is deducting tax as per 115 BAC. Later, can I change my mind? Yes. Before filing of returns, you can change your mind also. You are not at fault. In case employee opts for concessional tax under 115 BAC, he intimates the employer of such intention, then employer shall compute his total income and deduct tax on applying the provision of 115 BAC. Okay. Where I have communicated, then employer will do so. Don't worry about ESOP. Rate of deduction average. Compute the total tax and divide it over number of months. Compute the tax and deduct it over number of months. Am I clear to you? Am I clear to you? For example, Raj is working with AB Limited, gross salary 85,000 per month, has a house property which is self-occupied, interest 280, only 2 lakhs can be claimed, self-occupied. The loan was taken for construction. He notified his employer that there will be 280 loss in respect of house property. He has provided proof of investment to the extent of 175 under 80C. Compute the tax to be deducted at source. 85,000 into 12, 10 lakh 20,000. Standard deduction 50,000. Standard deduction 50,000. 9 lakh 70,000. Minus 2 lakhs of loss. Only to the extent of 2 lakhs you can claim. Only to the extent of 2 lakhs you can claim. So 7 lakh 70,000. 80C is another 1 lakh 50,000. So 6 lakh 30,000. The total income is 6 lakh 30,000. 6 lakh 20, sorry. 6 lakh 20,000. 6 lakh 20,000. Okay. Repeating. 1020 minus 50 minus 2 lakhs HP loss minus 150 investment 6 lakh 20,000. 1 lakh 20,000 into 20% plus 12,500. 1 lakh 20, how much? 36,500. Okay, 1 lakh 20,000 into 20% plus 12,500, add 4% HEC, add 4% HEC, whatever is the amount you are coming, divided by 12 months, you will get the tax to be deducted. Yes, yes. Our friends wants an explanation after 6 lakh 20. The tax is 1 lakh 20,000 into 20% plus 12,500. 1 lakh 20,000 plus 20 into 20% plus 12,500 makes it 36,500. Add 4% HEC. Now 192 HEC should be salaries and so whatever tax, how much is the total tax? 37,000 This has to be deducted over 12 months. 37,960 has to be deducted. So every month almost 3,000 and odd. Okay, this has to be deducted over 12 months. Okay, yeah, tell me. Okay, that is what is known as average tax. Compute the total tax divided by number of months of employment, we will get it. Section 192A, withdrawal from recognized provident fund. Day one of the class I told you, day one of the class I told you about the withdrawal. If you withdraw after 5 years, it is exempt. It is, if you withdraw after 5 years, it is exempt. If you withdraw within 5 years, it is taxable. Taxable if assessee withdraws without completing 5 years of continuous service. Without completing 5 years of continuous service, liable to be deducted at the time of payment, threshold limit 50,000, rate 10%, PAN not provided 30%. Threshold limit 10%, rate 30%. I'm moving into dividend and interest. With regard to 193, not a very important section. Okay, only for government securities, NSC, NSS, etc. Threshold limit is for public sector debentures 5,000. Rate is 10%. Not a very popular section. Only for government securities, etc. These are not popular. Okay, so 194A padikalam, that is more important. For dividend, tax is liable to be deducted at 10%. Threshold limit 5,000. Okay, threshold limit 5,000 and rate of deduction 10%. Okay, all types of dividend, including deemed dividend, threshold limit 5,000. Just understand the threshold limit rate. No special points in dividend to remember. Don't worry. Threshold limit 5,000, rate 10%. 194A, இதுதான் நான் உங்கள்கிட்ட சொன்னேன். Applicability. Applicable for all assessees, that is the payer, except individuals and HUF whose gross turnover does not exceed 1 crore or gross receipt does not exceed 50 lakhs in the immediately preceding financial year. Okay. Threshold limit 40,000 and 50,000 in the case of senior citizens. 40,000, sorry, 50,000 in the case of senior citizens. Provided it is from bank or post office. One thing we all have to remember, interest from debentures. அதுக்கு threshold limit 40 or 50 or no. அதுக்கு threshold limit 5,000 தான், like how we saw in 193. Interest from bonds, interest on loan, அதுக்கெல்லாம் threshold limit 5,000 தான். For what it is 40,000, interest on deposit with banks or post office, it is 40,000 and 50,000 in case of senior citizen. And 50,000 in case of senior citizen. 50,000 in case of interest under motor vehicle accident policy. Okay, okay. The special point you have to remember is only one thing. For computing this threshold, all branches of a particular bank I will take. Suppose I am depositing in Canara Bank, okay, in the Nungambakkam branch, in the T Nagar branch, in the Kodambakkam branch, I will take the interest from all these branches to measure the threshold limit. Not per branch, it is per bank. It is not per branch, it is per bank, and the rate is 10%. No more COVID year rates, don't worry. TDS on winnings 10,000 30%. Only special point if winnings are in kind. I win a Maruti car. They will give me the Maruti car only if I remit the tax. Okay? It all started with a interestingly Hammam dream home offer. Bombay, one person won a house. A Hammam dream home, which is worth 60 lakhs. 18 lakhs income tax department sent him notice. வீடு வித்தாதான் கொடுக்க முடியும் அந்த மாதிரி ஆள் அவர். Okay, that is the clarity they gave. If you are winning in kind, I know there is nothing to deduct tax, but ask him to remit the tax. Then only you should give him. Okay, where the winnings are in kind, FMB will be taken as value of gift. Where winnings are in kind, the receiver should submit the proof for payment of tax. Then only you should hand it over to him. Contract, again, the first point we know to whom it is applicable, either at the time of payment or credit, whichever is earlier. Okay, and contract includes advertising, broadcasting, telecasting, carriage of goods by any more other than railways, because railways is government. Okay, catering contracts, everything is a contract. Let us, for example, take like this. Bharadwaj Institute places an order with a person for giving us 1,000 t-shirts with our logo and mark printed. Bharadwaj Institute supplies t-shirt. Okay, ask logo to be printed. எது கான்ட்ராக்ட்னா இதுதான் கான்ட்ராக்ட். This is not a contract, this is a sale. Theoretical understanding, where the customer provides the raw material. Where the customer provides the raw material, what you do is job work. Where I come and place with you an order, specialized order கூட இருக்கலாம். Where I come and place with you an order, what you are giving me is sales. What you are doing for me is sales. Even it can be specialized order. Whether it is contract, whether a sale will come under contract or not depends upon only one question: who supplies raw material? If raw material are supplied by the customer or any of its associated enterprises, sister concerns, relatives, then what the other person does is only job work. Tax has to be deducted at source. Where the other person itself buys goods, raw material, do according to the specification given by me, that is only manufacture or supply of a product according to the requirement or specification of customer. அது வரைக்கும் இல்ல. By using the material purchased from such customer or associated person, then only it will fall under works. Then only it will fall under works. Otherwise, it is not a works contract, it is sheer sales. It is sheer sales. One of the biggest exception is for resident transport operator. Resident transport operator. See, in the previous point I told you, carriage of goods is, other than Indian Railways, carriage of goods is coming under contract. Anna, if the resident transport operator gives me two things. One, his PAN. Second, a declaration that he does not own more than 10 vehicles. Then tax will not be deducted at source. TDS provisions are not applicable. Repeating, if a resident transport operator provides PAN and a declaration, then tax will not be. In case of a resident goods operator, GTA, number T, indirect tax, GST, TDS will not be applicable if he provides a declaration that he does not own more than 10 vehicles and also furnishes PAN. Otherwise, threshold limit is 30,000 for single payment, aggregate payment 1 lakh. Rate 1% if the receiver is individual or HUF, 2% if it is per company, any other person. Am I clear to you? What other exception resident transport operator has? What other exception? No issues. For them, the 40A3 limit is not 10,000, it is 35,000. In 40A3 also we saw, on a single day, to a particular person in excess of 10,000. But if it is a resident transport operator, that 10,000 will become 35,000. Then, okay. Now coming to commission. Three sections talks about commission. For a life insurance agent, for a lottery ticket agent, and general commission. Repeating, life insurance agent, lottery agent, and then what is popularly known as general commission. Okay. In all the cases, threshold limit is 15,000, rate is 5%. In all the cases, threshold limit is 15,000, rate is 5%. Insurance commission, threshold limit 15,000, 5%. Lottery ticket commission, 15,000, 5%. And any brokerage or commission, here we know whom it is applicable, 15,000, 5%. There are three linkable sections. There are three linkable sections under our law. 80C, 1010D, 194D. What is it? Listen. Life insurance policy. 80C says qualifying premium will be 20% or 10%, whichever is, 20% if the policy is taken on or before 31/3/2012. 10% if the policy is taken on or after 1/4/2012. Once more, 80C says qualifying premium will be 20% if the policy is taken on or before 31/3/2012, 10% if it is taken on or after 1/4/2012. 1010D. Section 1010D says maturity from a LIC policy is exempt. Maturity proceeds from a LIC, please take your time and understand. Maturity proceeds from a life insurance policy is exempt provided the premium does not exceed 20% or 10%. Section 1010D says maturity proceeds of a life insurance policy, நான் பிரீமியம் கட்டியிருக்கேன், எனக்கு அந்த பைசா திருப்பி வருது, it's exempt provided the premium does not exceed 20% if the policy 20% of policy value for policy taken on or before 31/3/2012, 10% for policy taken on or after 1/4/2012. Clear? Clear? If it has exceeded, exemption is not applicable, which means it becomes taxable. Please understand. If it has exceeded 20% or 10%, then it becomes taxable. If it is taxable, TDS is applicable. If it is taxable, TDS is applicable. Again, when is it taxable? If the premium paid does not exceed 20%. I mean, when it is taxable, if it exceeds 20% or 10%. Where it is taxable, 194D will become dynamic. DA will become dynamic. Maturity proceeds of a life insurance policy. Tax is deductible if it is not exempt. Maturity is taxable if the premium paid exceeds 20%, where the policy is on or before 31/3/12, and 10% if it is on or after 1/12. Threshold limit, maturity value exceeds 1 lakh, whereas rate of deduction 5% on bonus only. Remember, it is only on the bonus and not on the whole maturity process. Tax is deductible only on the bonus component and not on the whole maturity process. Are you clear? So please understand the threshold limit. Threshold limit I will take maturity value, whereas the rate of deduction 5% of bonus. Okay. Section 194E, IPL provision. Exclusively, though they use the word sportsman and sports association, in the section evolve ஆனது எனக்கு தெரியும். Okay. Previously, 194E is a section for entertainist, and there was one other section for sports person. Thanks to IPL, they bought sports person as an entertainist and said they are also okay, right? Sorry for a small deviation. மனசுலாம் வலிக்குது அதனால அந்த deviation. நெட்ல போடுற bowler விட கேவலமா டீம் எடுத்திருக்கும். நெட்ஸ்ல கூட அந்த மாதிரி போட மாட்டாங்க. ஓகே. தாங்க முடியல நேத்தி மேட்ச் பார்த்துட்டு. ஏன் இப்படியா ரன் கொடுப்பீங்க? When Lucknow was fielding, I thought they are fielding poorly. How can you get that award? அப்படின்ற லெவலுக்கு நம்ம ஆடணும். I thought they are playing very poor cricket, but we proved that they cannot beat us in that also. Okay, right, coming back. Okay, so this is for non-resident sports person for 3 types of payments. For non-resident sports people, 3 types. Participation in a game, acting as a model in an advertisement, if you look at television, next to Amitabh Bachchan, only Dhoni and Kohli. Okay, and then contribution of articles in newspaper. Okay, participation, advertisement, contribution of articles. You can see payable to non-resident sports person, athlete or an entertainer who is a non-resident. 20.8%, because here I told you again I will add 4% HEC. 20.8%. NSC, not an important section. The next, the important section is 194I, the same who has to deduct. Please understand, threshold limit 2,40,000, rate is 10% for immovable property and furniture, 2% for plant, machinery and equipment. Sorry, plant, machinery and equipment. Plant, machinery and equipment 2%, 10% for immovable property and furniture. All of us have to understand something. 2 special points which I am going to teach you. 2 special points. 1, this threshold limit is per owner. If A and B are the joint owners of a property and the rent comes to 40,000 per month, each paid 20,000, no tax deduction. This threshold limit is per owner and not for the total property. And I am again repeating the same point. This threshold limit is per person, irrespective of anything. What is that? If for Mr. A, for house property, I am paying 15,000 as rent. For furniture, I am paying 6,000 as rent. TDS applicable. Because for this person, it has exceeded 240. Remember 2 points. Both points have the same meaning. Threshold limit is per person and not totally for the person. And threshold limit is for all rent paid to a person, not for every rent 240. If I have taken 3 machines on rent, each is 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. From the same person I have taken, I am liable to deduct tax at source. It might be per machine 120, but all 3 put together it is 3,60,000. I am liable to deduct tax at source. So threshold limit is per person and per owner. For all amenities put together, I have to measure the threshold limit. Okay, right. 194 IB, transfer of certain immovable property other than agricultural land. Sale of land and building other than agricultural land. 50 lakhs threshold limit, rate 1%. 50 lakhs threshold limit, rate 1%. So if I sell a land and building to someone, that person who is buying from me will deduct tax at the rate of 1% where the consideration exceeds 50 lakhs. Okay, right? I'll come back to 194 IB. Please wait. 194 IC. Yesterday we did a question itself. Specified agreement. Joint development agreement. Okay. So, on the monetary consideration, 10%. Only on the yesterday's question, they gave land. அதுக்கு கிடையாது. They gave 15-20% of the mall. அதுக்கு கிடையாது. If there is any monetary consideration, on that 10% needs to be deducted. Not a very popular question, very rare. 194I is applicable one. J, for professional or technical services. For professional or technical services, threshold limit 30,000, rate 10%. For technical services, 2%. Okay, in the chart is very important to remember. 2% for three things. Please remember. 2% for three things. Technical services, royalty for films, and operation of call center. Technical services, royalty for films, and operation of call centers. All others 10%. All others 10%. 2% for royalty of films. Obviously, that will be too high. Technical service and call center, all others 10%. Dividend from mutual fund, same 5,000, same 10%. Dividend from mutual funds, same 5%, 5,000 threshold limit, like 194. And compensation, payment of compensation for compulsory acquisition, 2,50,000, 10%. 2,50,000, 10%. Am I clear to you? Am I clear to you? Okay. Shall I start? Okay. From the base, something to understand. Okay. Little time, but something to understand. Let's take, I am a professional, okay, liable for tax to be deducted at source. Okay, on the payments I am making, I need to deduct tax at source. I am paying rent for my office. I am paying rent for my office. 194I is applicable. I need to deduct tax at source. Okay, on the parallel flip side, if I don't deduct, 30% of the rent will not be allowed as deduction. Section 40 says there will be a 30% disallowance if I don't deduct tax at source. I am paying rent for my house. 194I is not applicable because I'm not going to claim the expenditure at all. I'm not going to claim the expenditure at all. Okay. Next, let us take, for example, Sharanya, a salaried employee. Okay. She is a salaried employee. She is paying rent for house. She is paying Rent for house. Again, 194I will not be applicable. Okay. Income tax goes by the concept of high net worth individuals. They are making them more responsible. Even though 194I is not applicable. 194I is not applicable if you are not a business assessee. If you are a business assessee but making payment for a domestic purpose, rent for house. In these cases, the law says if the rent exceeds 50,000 per month, if the rent exceeds 50,000 per month, deduct tax. If the rent exceeds 50,000 per month, then deduct tax. But I know you are all non-business people. I don't want you to go by cumbersome procedures. 5% only on the last month you need to deduct. Last month of the year, which can be March, last month of tenancy. If you are vacating before March, any month. Just deduct 5% on the total rent. And you need not obtain what is popularly known as tax account number, because I know you need not file quarterly returns, etc. You deduct rent and pay it by a special challan. That's over. Your provisions, you are abiding by the provision. Okay, friends. Payment of rent, I mean page 132, by certain individuals and HUF. Okay, applicable for individuals and HUF not carrying on of any business or profession. Okay, but their gross turnover does not exceed 1 crore, 50 lakhs, etc. Tax is liable to be deducted on the last month of tenancy or last month of the year, whichever is earlier. So if you are vacating before 31st, threshold limit 50,000, rate of deduction 5%, rate of deduction 5%, TAN is not required, maximum deduction cannot exceed last month rent. Maximum deduction cannot exceed last month rent. Are you clear? Are you clear? So suppose if I am staying in a house where my rent is 60,000 per month and the whole year I am staying there, into 12, 7,20,000. 7,20,000. In the month of March, deduct 5%. That is 36,000 and remit it to the government account in the name of them. So, in the month of March, out of 60,000 rent, 24,000 I will pay to the owner and 36,000 will be the tax which will be paid to the government in the name of the owner in the month of March. Suppose I am vacating in the month of January itself. So 60,000 into 10, 6 lakhs, into 5%, okay, 30,000. So 60,000, 30 will go to the owner, 30 will go to the government in the name of owner in the last month of tenancy. Either last month of the year or last month of being a tenant, whichever is earlier. Having said this, having said this, the law also says, suppose the owner does not give PAN, then this will become 20%. 7,20,000 into 20% comes to 1,44,000, whereas my rent itself is only 60,000 per month. So the law says enough, you just pay entire 60,000 to the government. Okay. Maximum tax will not exceed the last month rent. That is applicable only if the owner doesn't provide PAN. That is applicable only if the owner doesn't provide PAN. Are you clear? Are you clear? Right? So that is the provision. Okay. So first they introduced this section which is exclusively for domestic rent. Next provision they introduced of similar lines is 194M. Please understand, take your time and understand. This is for contractual payment, professional payment, and commission. This is for 194M is for contractual payment, professional payment or payment to professionals, and payment of commission. We all know 194C governs this, 194J governs it, 194H governs this. Why? 194M is applicable if 194C, J, H are not applicable. If these are not applicable, 194M is applicable. When will these not be applicable? Please take your time. When will these not be applicable? I am a business associate and my turnover of 2021 is 5 crores. Is 194C applicable for me? 194C, J, H are applicable for an individuals and HUF if their turnover exceeds 1 crore or gross receipts exceeds 50 lakhs in financial year, the immediately preceding financial year. In this case, it is 5 crores. So is 194C applicable, 194C, J, H applicable for me? Yes. Stay on. I am making a contractual payment which is official, 194C. I am making a contractual payment which is residential. Is 194C applicable for me? If I construct a house, if I construct an office, 194C is applicable for me. If there are contractual payment which is related to my business, 194C is applicable for me. If it is for my residential purpose, 194C is not applicable, hence 194M. Because 194M says This is applicable wherever 194C, 194J, 194H is not applicable. This is circumstance 1. Circumstance 1. I am a business associate. Who is liable under 194C, H and J? Still 194M will be applicable for my domestic payments. For my domestic payments. Are you understanding? Are you understanding? No, all of us. Circumstance 2. I am a salaried employee. I am a salaried employee. So obviously these sections are not applicable to me. Only this is applicable. First case, I am a business associate to whom these sections are applicable, but still 194M will apply for my residential domestic payments. Second case, I am an employee, so obviously 194C, 194H, 194J are not applicable to me. So 194M will apply. Third interesting scenario. I am a business associate. But my turnover of 2021 is only 90 lakhs. My turnover of 2021 is only 90 lakhs. 194C, 194J, 194H not applicable because that section says applicable for individuals and HUF. Not applicable for individuals and HUF whose turnover has not exceeded 1 crore. It has not exceeded. So for me, these sections are not applicable. Interestingly, now, both for my business payments and for my domestic payment, 194M is applicable. What is the fundamental statement of 194M? Applicable if 194C, 194J and 194H are not applicable. This is the fundamental statement. Eppalla in the three sections not applicable. When if you are a non-business associate, they are not applicable. 194M is applicable. If you are a business associate, still I am categorizing you into two. You are a business associate, but your turnover in the last year has not exceeded 1 crore. So 194C, H, J are not applicable. Both your business payment and your domestic payments are covered under 194M. You are a business associate who is coming under the tax audit slab in the last year itself. Now 194C, J, H are applicable to you for your official payments, business payment. For your personal payment, still it is not applicable. So 194M will become applicable. Am I? Okay. Payment for contract, commission, professional service. Applicable for individuals in HUF not carrying on any business or carrying on business but their gross receipt does not exceed 1 crore or 50 lakhs. And also there is a third category. These are applicable but still making domestic payments. Three types of payments are covered. Works contract, commission, fees for professional service. 50 lakhs threshold limit 5% rate. 50 lakhs threshold limit, 5% rate. Obviously, I told you, for them, I will not make them go through the cumbersome process. TAN not mandatory. So pay the tax within 30 days by using a special challan. In the section ellame or special challan irukku. If you pay via that, that is enough. That is enough. Are you clear? Are you clear? Okay, right. Last of the sections under TDS, because the other sections we have seen. Cash withdrawal. Okay. If you withdraw more than 1 crore, on that amount exceeding 1 crore, 2% will be TDS. Every month you are withdrawing 10 lakhs. 1.2 crores per annum. On the 20 lakhs into 2% will be the tax. Not on the entire 1 crore 20 lakhs. On the 20 lakhs into 2% will be the tax to be deducted at source. Are we clear? Are we clear? Okay. And then came a provision where bank should obtain from the assessee, where assessee has not furnished return of income for all 3 years. 3 வருஷம் return of income assessee has not furnished. Then this threshold limit will become 20 lakhs. Then this threshold limit will become 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs to 1 crore 2%, more than 1 crore 5%. 20 lakhs to 1 crore 2%, more than 1 crore 5%. For whom? As for those who have not filed their return of income in all the 3 years. Ipo, you are writing in May 22 examination. You are writing in May 22 examination. Understand this. For the financial year 21-22, due date not yet over. அதுக்கு வந்து 31/7 தான் due date. 31/7/22 is the due date. So, you should leave this 2021, 1920, 1819. In this 3 years, if he has filed his return of income, then fine. Even in one of the year he has filed, then fine. Because look at the word, where the assessee has not furnished the return of income in all the 3 years for which the time limit has expired. 21-22 can expire agala because you have time limit till 31/7. So, the 3 years you have to consider, for all of us, the 3 years we have to consider is 2021, 1920, 1819. In all the 3 years he has filed, 1 crore is the threshold limit and 2% is the rate of tax. In 2 years, 1 year he has filed, adedam. In all the 3 years he has not filed. Then 20 lakhs is your threshold limit. Rate will be 20 lakhs to 1 crore 2%, more than 1 crore 5%. Am I clear to you? Okay. We have covered 194O. We have covered 194P. I'll come back to the questions. Okay. I'll do TCS and come back to the questions. (145) tax collection at source. That is, the person receiving the money, apart from getting the consideration, should also collect tax. okay, should also collect tax and remit it to the government. Liquor 1%. All forest products 2.5%. Timber, okay, whatever may be the type of timber. Scrap 1%. Scrap 1%. Okay, in the parking, in the toll plaza along 2%. Okay, all these toll plaza are 2%. Okay, remember these: liquor 1%, forest product 2.5%, scrap 1%, and toll plaza. But the question, apart from scrap, there is a question at times, is revolving around some of the important things like, first thing, motor car. Motor car. If you buy a motor car, and the value exceeds 10 lakhs, the value of the car, single car exceeds 10 lakhs, TCS is applicable. TCS is applicable. If you buy a motor car, car value, so if you buy a car which is 15 lakhs, they will collect 1% on 15 lakhs and remit it to the government. You're clear? Okay, right? But this is not applicable for a car dealer. Okay, so a car dealer does auto. It's a car dealer. Sundaram is a car dealer. They are buying cars from various people, selling to. It is only for sales to customers. Are you clear? Okay. You are buying a car for 9 lakhs. Is it applicable? Is TCS applicable? No. You are buying 5 cars for 9 lakhs. Each car worth 9 lakhs. You are buying 5 cars, each car worth 9 lakhs. Is TCS applicable? Still no. Single car value should exceed 10 lakhs. Single car value should exceed 10 lakhs. Okay? You are buying one car for 15 lakhs, applicable. You are buying one car for 9 lakhs, not applicable. You are buying 5 cars for 9 lakhs, not applicable. Are you clear? Are you clear, Anna Jayanti? Are you clear? Shall I ask you one question? You are buying 6 cars for 9 lakhs. Yeah, louder. That's beautiful answer. Yes, this section is not applicable. Ana ipo 206C 1H varum. Sale to a person where the consideration exceeds 50 lakhs. Taking time to make it this clear to you, Varlandratkaga questions if they, each car should be more than 10 lakhs. Appada TCS, not for car dealers. But I am in an exceptional circumstance. I purchased 9 lakhs car, 5 cars, varadu, no problem. I purchased 6 cars. Now, my total transaction value is 54 lakhs. Even though this provision will not come, there is one other provision called 206C 1H, which says for the 4 lakhs, collect 0.1%. Because a transaction with a single party. Okay, if you remember, one of the points I missed, I said I will take it up later, is that, okay, I said I'll take it up later. Okay, oh, this is for purchase, sorry. Applicability in case of, page 147, 206C 1H. Applicability in case of motor car. There are two sections, TCS on motor car 1F, 1H. Where the sale is made by the manufacturer or any other person to a dealer of car, 1F is not applicable, 1H will become applicable if the value exceeds 50 lakhs. Where is sale made to a customer, but the individual value of the car does not exceed 10 lakhs, collective value exceeds 50 lakhs, 1H will become applicable. Where sale is made to a customer and the provision of 1F is applicable, where individual value exceeds 10 lakhs, then 1H will not be applicable. Clear? 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 Okay, right? So this is one thing you have to understand. In TCS, questionable area. Okay, some tricky yara kekano nanachangana. Okay, this is a questionable area. Continuing with TCS, the next thing in TCS you have to understand is overseas remittance. Okay, overseas remittance are coming under the TCS network. Okay, overseas remittance now, and person in India want to send some money to a person outside India. A person in India want to send some money to a person outside India. Overseas remittance. He can do so only with the assistance of RBI. Okay, either by what is popularly known as authorized dealer, or by bank, or by money changers. In the mari nariya people irukanga, through them only he can send. And now the law makes them responsible to collect tax from the person who want to remit money outside India. The law makes this bank, authorized dealer, money changer responsible to collect tax. Sorry, why should I send money outside India? Okay, the law divides the purpose into three. You want to go on a tour. You want to go on a tour. That means I am going to collect high tax from you. But India ve neenu paakala. Okay, why do you want to go for a tour outside India? Okay, right? One of my friend went to American embassy for visa stamping, for interview. They asked the question, why you are going? I want to go for tourism. They asked them back, do you know these places in India? He said no. Then go and see there and come, and he rejected the application. Because they were suspicious, age related, all these things they see, they find a reason to reject. Okay, so tour package, then you will be under terrible problem. Okay, the law is going to deduct more tax. Loan or any repayment. Educational loan, I want to be little relaxed. I don't want to tax them. Any other remittance. Okay, I'm going to divide it into three and look into it. Overseas remittance, which again is one of the interesting questionable area. Overseas remittance or overseas tour package, I told you who has to. Tax has to be TCS rate. Tax has to be collected at 5%. Tax has to be collected at 5%. My dear friends, இதுக்கு threshold limit கிடையாது. Please understand. Tour package right from rupee 1. Okay. 5 nights, 6 days in Dubai. 14 days, 15 days in Europe. Like that, these type of tour packages, Thomas Cook or any of the agencies who become an authorized dealer or money changer, you have to collect 5% as TCS, no threshold limit. Seri, it is not for tour. If it is other than tour package, remember for tour package, no threshold. Other than tour package, up to 7 lakhs nil. More than 7 lakhs, 5% on the amount exceeding 7 lakhs. Up to 7 lakhs nil. More than 7 lakhs, 5% on the amount exceeding 7 lakh. Only one exception. If it is educational loan, 0.5% down. If it is a loan taken for education and the remittance is repayment of that loan, 0.5% on the amount exceeding 7 lakhs. Friends, TCS la questionable areas enna? One, sale of goods, which we saw, 206C1H. Tour package, motor car, okay, இதை தவிர scrap sales இருந்தா very rare, but otherwise TCS is not a bigger questionable area. But one amendment, we know the rates, okay, TCS, if you know no PAN, 5%, twice the rate or 5%, whichever is higher. Okay, now for non-return filers, இப்பதான் ஒரு section பார்த்தோம், 194N. Okay, there is a higher TCS slab. The provision of this section is applicable if a person has not furnished the return for 2 assessment year. Okay, twice the rate or 5%, whichever is higher. Okay, for non-return, இது வந்து ஒரு வாட்டி படிச்சிங்க, rare தான், but be clear on this. Okay, let us go to some TDS questions and start answering. Shall we? Okay. Quick answering. Question number 2. An employee joined on 10th April 2018 and resigned on 31st March 22. He withdrew. He has not completed 5 years. He withdrew 60,000 from EPF account. Exceeds the threshold limit of 50,000. So taxes deductible at source. Taxes deductible. He has not completed, I'm in page 136. He has not completed 5 years. Exceeds the threshold. Deduct tax at 10%. PAN not provided, this section alone 30%. Examine the TDS implication in the following cases. Harish, aged 45 years, made a 6-month fixed deposit of 10 lakhs with a cooperative bank, which measures. So 10 lakhs into 9% into 6 by 12. 10 lakhs into 9%, 90,000 into 6 by 12, 45,000, exceeds 40,000. It's a bank. It exceeds 40,000, TDS 10%. It exceeds 40,000, TDS 10%. Ganesh, aged 35 years, made 3 9 months fixed deposit of 9 lakhs carrying 9% interest of in the Dwarka Bank, Janakpuri branch and Rohini branch of the same bank. So I will take it cumulatively. It is not per branch, it is per bank. So 3 plus 3 plus 3, 9 lakhs into 9% into 9 by 12. 10 by 12, sorry. 9 lakhs into 9% into 10 by 12. 67,500. Exceeds 40 lakhs. So every branch has to deduct 10% on their interest component. Exceeds 40,000. Okay, 40,000 is the limit. Okay, every branch has to deduct. Okay, started a 6-month recurring deposit, 2 lakhs per month. Okay, you need to work out the recurring deposit interest month on month. 2 lakh into 8% into 1 by 12. 4 lakhs into 8% into 2 by 12. 6 lakhs into 8% into 3 by 12 up to 6 months. Okay. So you need to work out and find out whether it is 45,000 or more, and then accordingly. Mr. Govind won a first prize in a lottery ticket, and the prize was Maruti car worth with his 5 lakhs. The company can hand over the car, winnings in kind. Winnings in kind. The company will provide, or the person who has conducted the lottery will provide the car only if Mr. Govind submits proof of paying tax. Winnings in kind. The proof has to be submitted by the receiver that he has paid the tax. Then only you can hand over the winnings or the kind article to that person. (194)(c). What makes ABC Limited makes the following payment to Mr. X, a contractor, during the year? 20,000. Neither the individual payment nor the corrective payment has exceeded the threshold limit. Individual payment should not be more than, single payment should not exceed 30,000. Cumulative of payment should not exceed 1 lakh. That's the threshold for 194C. 20,000, no problem. Next is 25,000, no problem. 20 plus 25 is just 45. Next is 28,000, no problem. Okay, neither it has not increased. So 45 plus 28 makes it 73. 73. And the last payment is 30,000. The last payment is 30,000, by which it exceeds 1 lakh. By which it exceeds 1 lakh. Okay. On this 30,000, you have to deduct 1,03,000 into 1% or 2%. Mr. X, sorry, 1%. 1,03,000 into 1%. If the receiver is other than individual, 2%. 1,03,000 into 1%. Okay, 1030. So on this 30,000, you need to deduct 1030 and pay the remaining only. Okay, please remember the provisions of 194C. Single payment should not exceed 30,000. Cumulative of payment should not exceed 1 lakh. What is the difference between job work and pure sales? Who supplies the raw material? If the raw material is purchased by the person and then processed and given, it is pure sales. If raw material is supplied by the customer, then it is only job work. 194C is applicable if it is job work. Calculate the amount of tax to be deducted on payment made to Ricky Ponting, an Australian cricketer, by a newspaper for contribution of articles. 25,000 into 20.3%. Remember, threshold is nil. Remember, sorry, 20.8. Sorry. Okay. Remember, threshold is nil. Okay. So 20.8%. Vikram took on lease a building from a resident assessee for 20,000 from 1st April 21. Also a missionary on hire from 15,000 from 1st November. He paid this amount along with the GST. Advice on TDS application. Look at this. 20,000 into 12, 2,40,000. 15,000 into 5 months, November to March, 5 months, okay, 75,000. The total payment is 3,15,000. Tax to be deducted, okay, tax to be deducted 2,40,000 into 10%, 75,000 into 2%. Tax to be deducted, okay? No, base provision. For a particular person, if all the rent together exceeds 240, tax is liable to be deducted. So it is not just for every rent that 240 is. So for house and machinery put together, it has exceeded. On our tax rate for house property, furniture, immovable property and furniture 10%. For plant, machinery and equipment only 2%. So 2,40,000 into 10% plus 75,000 into 2%. TDS is not applicable on GST component. It should be shown separately in the invoice. Then only very interesting question. Want your attention here. Srijit sold to Mayur residential flat in T Nagar and rural agricultural land in Kamalapuram for 60 lakhs and 51 lakhs. The stamp value being 81 and 40. Analyze comprehensively various provision. Let's take some time. Srijit sold to Mayur. So from the Srijit angle, what happens? Rural agricultural land is not a capital asset, no capital gains. For the residential flat, 81 lakhs, 60 lakhs is the actual sale value, 81 lakhs stamp value, 110% is 66 lakhs. Since 81 lakhs stamp value exceeds 110, he will take 81 lakhs as his full value of consideration. He will take 81 lakhs as his full value of consideration and compute capital gain. Is this clear? For Srijit, because the question say analyze comprehensively, for Srijit 81 lakhs full value of consideration, accordingly capital gain will be computed. Okay, rural agriculture land not a capital asset, no problem. Now Mayur, since the consideration exceeds 50 lakhs, 194 IA is applicable. He need to deduct tax of 1% on 60 lakhs, again not applicable for agricultural land. Mayur, while paying consideration to Srijit, Mayur, while paying consideration to Srijit, has to deduct tax at the rate of 1% on 60 lakhs. That is his first responsibility. The next important thing for Mayur is gift provision, inadequate consideration. 81 minus 60. This 21 lakhs is taxable in the hands of Mayur as inadequate consideration. This 21 lakhs is taxable in the hands of Mayur as inadequate consideration. That's the comprehensive understanding of all the provision. XYZ Limited makes a payment of 28,000 for professional fees, 25,000 for technical services. TDS is applicable. Here also it is not per service. If for the same person it exceeds 30,000. Here on this 28,000 10%, on this 25,000 2%. Like how we saw in rent, okay, 28,000 into 10%. and 25,000 into 2%. Veemraj, an individual, makes the following payment to resident consultant for a resident contract, for a work contract, or to a resident by way of commission brokerage. Amount paid 27 lakhs, 26 lakh. Okay, kindly change it to 21, please. The following situation are examined. Veemraj is a businessman. His accounts are audited every year under 44AB. Payment to a consultant is for business purposes. 194J. It is a business payment and he is subjected to more than 1 crore. That means only audit. So 194J. It's a business payment. Veemraj is a businessman not audited in the immediate preceding year as the turnover is less than 1 crore. Payment is for business purposes 194M. 19. Wherever, as I told you, for a when will 194M apply? If 194C, 194J, 194H doesn't apply. In this case, 194J is not applying, so 194M will come. It is not said which businessman domestic associate. Payment to a consultant for personal purposes, 194M. Veemraj is a non-resident. He does not have any income in India, 194M. I never said it is only for resident. Is for the payment made, 194M. Mamekam Limited made the following payments, seeks your advice on the tax to be deducted. The company has 3 shareholders, Rishikesh 40%, Hari 59%, Mrs. Hari 1%. Total dividend 4 lakh. Mrs. Hari will get only 4,000 rupees, no tax deduction at source. For the other 2%, 194 at 10%. For the other 2%, be it a company or Rishikesh or Hari, it will be 10%. Mrs. Hari only 1% of 4 lakhs, only 4,000 up to 5,000, no tax. Interest on debenture payable to a senior citizen, 14,000. Should tax be deducted at source? Should tax be deducted at source? 14,000. The answer is yes. Remember, bank deposit kata 50,000 threshold limit. That 40,000 or 50,000 is only for interest from bank. Interest on debentures, bonds. This is 5,000 the threshold limit. Only 5,000 is the threshold limit. This is interest on debentures exceeds 5,000, 10%, 194A. Payment to a job worker for purchase of goods, 875. The job worker is supplied goods by Rishikesh Limited and the finished product is supplied to Mamekam Limited, taxable. Because Rishikesh Limited holds 40%. Okay, either by the customer or any of the associate of the customer. If they supply raw material, the finished product will become taxable. If the job worker himself purchases raw material, then it becomes pure sale. Here 194C is applicable. 75,000 to a call center, 194J, 2%. 194J rate is 2%. Payment to an electrician rendering technical service, 194J, 2%. 194J, 2%. Payment to auditors, 194J, 10%. Sitting fees to a director 194J 10% because nil. Threshold limit is nil. Sitting fees to a director. Director is already getting remuneration. So right from rupee 1, it becomes taxable 10%. Bank of Madurai approaches you to seek opinion on the tax to be deducted on the following circumstance. Nerahari, a businessman, withdraws 2 lakhs per month. He has not furnished his returns for 1819, 1920, and he has furnished for 2021. No problem. 24 lakhs is only withdrawn. Even in one of the year, if you have submitted, your threshold limit is 1 crore, no tax. He has furnished for 2021. So that itself is sufficient. You need not deduct tax at source. Avinash, a businessman who commenced business in the financial year 1819, withdraw 2,50,000. He has not furnished any return. 1819, 1920, 2021. All the 3 years he has not furnished. So 2,50,000 into 12. Okay, 2,50,000 into 12, 30 lakhs. His threshold limit is 20 lakhs. Remaining 10 lakhs into 2% is his rate of deduction. Remaining 10 lakhs into 2% is his rate of deduction. Remaining 10 lakhs into 2% is his rate of deduction. Are you clear? Okay, in this case, applicable. Annapurni, a fashion designer, has withdrawn 15 lakhs till 30th June. Another 7 lakhs, okay, not applicable. Assuming that she has been filing returns. Take assessee friendly assumption always. Coffee Breweries Association has not filed a return from inception as they have entire income exempt. Then also they have to file. They have a cash withdrawal of 10 lakhs every month to pay various expenditure. Are you able to see the video? Any issues? Temporarily freezing. Are you able to see the videos online, friends? Are you able to hear me and see the videos? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Varshini. Yeah. Okay. Coffee breweries withdraws 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs na in a year 1.20. Okay. 20 lakhs to 1 crore, 2%. More than 1 crore, 5%. Because they have not filed their return. 80 lakhs into 2%. 80 lakhs into 2%. And remaining amount, that is 20 lakhs into 5%. Totally 1.2 crores. First 20 lakhs, no TDS. Because if it exceeds 20 lakhs on that excess only, okay, 20 lakhs, 80 lakhs into 2% plus another 20 lakhs into 5%. The bank is of the opinion that this section is only for business associates. Apadiya? No. Any person withdrawing, even for individuals, everybody, any person withdrawing more than 20 lakhs or 1 crore as the case may be, is liable under this provision. Not just for business associate, any person. The unique nature of 194N is TDS is not an income. It is on withdrawal. Normally, whatever I pay becomes your income. If contract, I pay my job worker. For the job worker, it is an income. Salary, I pay to the employee. It is an income. Professional, I pay to an auditor. It is an income. But withdrawal. So, the amount withdrawn is not an income. This is just cash checking point provision. The specific unique point is the amount withdrawn is not regarded as income. Normally, TDS is only on tax deduction at source. Source of income for you. Your source of income is me. On that, what is? But here is an exceptional case. This is not on income. This is on withdrawal. Yeah, yeah. State briefly the provisions of TDS, the rate of tax deduction. Mahesh paid rupees Mahesh paid sorry rupees 6 lakhs to Messrs Fresh Cold Storage Private Limited for preservation of fruits and vegetables. He is engaged in fruits and vegetable in India, having a turnover 194I. What he paid is a rent for storage 194I. Amount paid is 6 lakhs, so 10%. 194I. What is paid is for storage, which means rent. Okay. Mr. Ramu, a salaried individual, had paid rent of 60,000 per month to Mr. Shivakumar from 1st July to Shivakumar has not furnished a PAN. So it is coming under 194 IB. This is coming under 194 IB. Just now I explained you. 60,000 into 9 months, 5,40,000. 60,000 into 9 months, 5,40,000. Normally, I should deduct 5%. Since PAN is not provided, 20%, which comes to 1,08,000. However, the law says it cannot exceed last month rent. So, taxes, TDS is restricted to 60,000. TDS is restricted to 60,000. Normally, 5%. PAN not provided 20%. But the total TDS, only the last month you are liable to deduct. So last month rent becomes the TDS, entire 60,000. Okay. Mr. Kale receiving pension from central government, not a business associate. Contractual payment made in April for reconstruction of his residential house, 194 exceeds 50 lakhs, not a business associate. So 5% on 552 lakh 50,000. 194 exceeds 50 lakhs, so it is applicable. Rahul, a wholesale trader of spices whose turnover is 5 crores. So business associate. Contractual payment for construction of office godown during January to, okay, 194C, 1%, because the receiver is an individual. 194C, 1%. 194C, 1%. Mr. Golu, an individual carrying garment business with a turnover of 95 lakhs. So, for him, 194C, J, H will not applicable. Payment of commission to Vinay for securing of order of big house, only 1,20,000, no, because it is 194M, where the threshold limit is 50 lakhs. Here it is only 1,20,000, no TDS. It has not exceeded the threshold limit of 194M. Cooperative Bank, cash withdrawal by ABC Co. and a partnership firm, 1.2 crores during financial year 21-22. ABC has filed its returns. So 20 lakhs into 2%. If you have filed even for one of the year, the threshold limit is 1 crore. On the amount exceeding 1 crore, 2%. Mr. Kunal received 10,20,000 as premature withdrawal from EPF before 5 years of continuous service. 192A. Okay, 10%. 192A, 10%. Indian Bank sanctioned and disbursed a loan of 12 crores to company. The company paid a service fee of 1,20,000 to Indian Bank for processing the loan application. No TDS. Any payment to government or bank. Any payment to government or bank, TDS will not be applicable. Limited alla. Any payment to government, banks, TDS is not applicable. Mr. Agam, working in a private limited company, is on deputation for 5 months, October to February, at Mumbai, where he pays a monthly rent of 32,000 for those 5 months, totaling 160. Rent is paid by him on the first day, no TDS. Because 194 IC is applicable only if it IB is applicable only if the rent exceeds 50,000 per month. Only if the rent exceeds 50,000 per month, no TDS. You can answer the rest of the questions. Please try and answer. TDS, 8 marks or 6 marks. Sweep it, please. Please sweep it. Sure short question. Amendment is there. We are very clear about TDS, TCS amendment. Miss not to practice that questions. Okay. TCS provision. Specify the TCS, page 149. For timber product, 2.5%. Liquor, 1%. Sale of scrap, the buyer fails to provide PAN, 5%. Twice the rate or 5%. Rate is 1%. So twice the rate or 5%. Okay. Next. In the following cases, specify the tax to be collected. Thomas Cook, a foreign tour operator from various. Karthikeyan, for 15 days round the trip, 20 lakhs, 5%. Lalita, 5%. Singapore package, but Srinivasan failed to provide PAN, 10%. Double the rate. Double the rate. There is no threshold limit for tour operators. Foreign tour goers. No threshold limit. Leaving it to you. Okay, I have answered all those questions as examples and other things. Leaving it to you. Let's go to advanced tax. Let's go to advanced tax. Just give me a minute, please. What is advanced tax? Our taxation system is designed in such a manner that it is not that first we earn and then we pay tax. We don't earn and pay the tax. We pay the tax as we earn the income. Because government is sure if you leave the income in your hands, you will not pay the tax. Our tax system is designed. It is not that I earn in the financial year 21-22 and pay tax in the financial year 22-23. Whatever is your tax, pay it in 21-22 itself. Though your assessment verification is going to happen later, okay, advance tax is something which taxes are paid when the assessee earns the income. For this purpose, he has to estimate his total income and pay the tax accordingly. Okay, right? Who need not pay as advance tax? One who does not have an income tax exceeding 10,000, senior citizen who does not have business income, assessees who are opting for presumptive computation, they are liable to pay only the last installment. I want to make it clear. Assessee who are opting for presumptive computation under 44 AD and 44 ADA. 44 AE, all 4 installments you have to pay. All 4 installments you have to pay. Only for assessees who are falling under 44 AD and ADA, the last installments is only applicable. Before 15th June, pay 15% of tax due. You will wonder what is tax due. I want to include that chart, but I missed it. Okay. We have the total income. We have the base tax plus surcharge plus HEC. Okay. This is my total tax minus TDS and TCS will give me tax due. Minus TDS and TCS will give me my tax due. So 15% of tax due after adjusting the tax credit. After adjusting the tax credit. 15th September, 45% minus already paid. 15th December, 75% and 15th March, 100%. As a small benefit. As a small benefit, the government says, even if you have paid 12% and 36%, it is sufficient. I will not charge interest. Even if you have paid 12% and 36%, first 2 alone. After that, no. You should have paid 15. Otherwise, I will charge interest. But okay. If you have at least paid 12, I will accept. You should have paid 45%. Otherwise, I will charge interest. But okay. If you have at least paid 36%, I am happy. But 75 and 100 are mandatory. You cannot estimate some incomes. This year I will win lottery. You cannot estimate. This year my long-term capital gain will, you cannot estimate. In case of winnings and capital gains, estimation is not expected from the assessee. In other words, paying advance tax before it arising is not mandated. So, on 1st December, I sold the asset and had a capital gain. அதை நான் estimate பண்ணிருக்க முடியுமா ஜூன்ல? No. Can I estimate that in September? No. It cannot be estimated. On 15th of December, is there anything to estimate? Now the capital gain itself is known to you. There is nothing to estimate, so pay 100% tax. However, where it has arisen, then in the immediate next installment, 100% on such income needs to be paid. I give you one benefit, I pull off another benefit. Normally 15, 45, 75, 100 for business income, house property income, interest income, all these things. Because you will be able to estimate, leave salaries, employer will take care. For winnings and capital gains, I know you cannot estimate. Okay, I understand you are unable to estimate. So, till it arises, you need not pay tax. Then leave out the installments. But once it arises, pay the full tax because there is no more estimation. Now you know for certain what is the amount. Interest. 234A, belated filing of returns. That is, filed after 31/7 or 31/10 as the case may be. Okay, return has to be filed before the due date. Where it is filed after the due date, pay interest. Okay, The interest is payable even if advance tax is not liable to be paid. Rate is 1% for every month or part thereof. Even one day will be taken as 1 month. That is what is part thereof. 234B. Pay at least 90% of the total tax before 31st March. Before 31/3, at least pay 90%. Where you have not paid, then on the short payment, not between 90% and what is paid, what 100% and what is paid. Okay, you need to pay 1% commencing from April till the month the taxes are paid. Commencing from April, I'll do a practical question that will make you more clear on this. 234C, short payment, first 1% for the first 3 months and one last month alone 1%. Yesterday I was telling you this piece is an amendment, okay, because there was a 10,000, now it is gone. Total income does not exceed 5 lakh, then the fees is just 1,000 rupees. Please read it once. I will do a question and explain. Question number? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Um, which question you want? Page number? One of our friends wants a particular question. I look into it. One of our friend wants this particular question, my dear friends. Explain the TDS implication. Varsha received a sum of 95,000. Actually, no TDS directly because it has not exceeded 1 lakh anyhow. On 31st December, towards maturity proceeds of a policy taken after 2012, 80,000 policy value, 10,000 annual premium. Please understand, it has exceeded 10%. It has exceeded 10%. 8,000 the premium katla if it is after 31/3/2012. Okay. 8, but you have paid 10,000. So the maturity proceeds are taxable. The maturity proceeds are taxable, but no TDS because it has not exceeded the threshold limit of 1 lakh. It has not exceeded the threshold limit of 1 lakh. Question number? Question number 18, subdivision 4. Prabhakar is due to receive rupees 6 lakhs towards maturity proceeds of a policy which he has taken 5 lakhs, on which I can pay only 10% because it is 50,000. I have paid more. So 6 lakhs TDS applicable under 194 DA. TDS will be 6 minus 5 on that 1 lakh into 5%. On the bonus component only TDS. Policy value 5 lakhs. Policy value 5 lakhs. Amount paid 6 lakhs. So bonus is 1 lakh. On that only they will pay the TDS. Friends, Keshav Bhargav has a taxable business income of 9,60,000. To his credit, tax deducted by various persons 26,000. Advance tax 10,000 in each of the 4 installments. Due date of filing 31st July, but he is only filing in the month of September. 6. Your advice on the amount of tax and interest that needs to be paid by him. Okay. Please understand, total income is 9,60,000. Tax on total base tax 9,60,000 minus 5 lakhs plus 12,500 into 20% plus 12,500. 4,60,000 into 20%. 4,60,000 into 20% plus add HEC at the rate of 4%. This is total tax payable. This is total tax payable. 1 lakh 320. 100,320. Sorry, minus percent. Sorry. 1 lakh 8,680. Less tax credit. Okay. To his credit is 26,000 of tax. 26,000. This is the most crucial point. Tax due. 82,680. Tax due 82,680. Less advance tax. He has paid 10,000 in each installment. 10,000 into 4 installments. 40,000. Balance tax payable. Balance tax payable 42,680. Up to this, do you understand? Balance tax payable 42,680. And interest 234A, 'A, 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 Okay, August and September. That is, before 31st July, he should have filed. He is filed only on September mid. So 2 months delay, even part of the month. 42,680 into 1% into 2 months. 42,680 into 1% into 2 months. Thirty-four B. 234B. Okay. Short payment of taxes. Understand this. Okay. Tax due, we all know, is 82,680. 90% of tax due is 82,680 into 90%. Advance tax paid 40,000. Advance tax paid 40,000. Okay, 90% of tax due is not paid. Hence, 234B needs to be. Hence, 234B needs to be computed. Hence, 234B needs to be at least 90% of tax due you should have paid. Since assessee has not paid that 90%, 234B needs to be computed. Okay. The mode of computation is 42,680. ஏன்னா ஒரு சில பேர் இதுல எக்ஸாம்ல 74,412 எடுத்துருவாங்க. No, it is on the okay 42,680 into 1%. Audible, friends? Any issues? 42,680 into 1% into April to September. April, May, June, July, August, September. 6 months. $42,680 into 1% into 6 months. Is this clear? 234C, short payment of installments of advance tax. I will compute it separately. 234F, fees for delay in filing 5,000. 234F, later if you file up to 5 lakhs or total income 1,000. Now if it is more than 5 lakh, 5,000. Shall I move on? Now for 234C, I want your focus. Okay, computation of 234C interest. First 2 installments I'll do, then next 2, June and September. 15% slash 45% of tax due. We all know that the tax due is 42,000, sorry, 82,680 into 15%, into 15%, 82,680 into 45%. 12% and 36% of tax due. Okay, this is 15. What is 12? This is 45. What is 36? Actual paid 10,000. Here it will be 20,000. This 10,000 plus another 10,000. 20,000. In the first case, no default, no interest. At least 12% should have been paid. That is paid. Even though I want 15% to be okay, but I am giving a small concession. Whereas in this case, here is what I don't want you to make a mistake. It is this minus this. In attention, don't put 29,765 minus 20,000. The shortfall is 17,206. The shortfall is 17,206. Interest at the rate of 1% for 3 months. Are you understanding this? Are you understanding? 75% of tax due slash 100% of tax due. 82,480 into 75%, 82,480. 30,000, 40,000. 30,000, 40,000. 82,680. Yeah. Sorry. Shortfall. For March alone, only 1 month. Because after that, 234B takes over. tax due is 82,680, not 75% of balance tax payable. Tax due means tax minus tax credit. அட்வான்ஸ் டாக்ஸ மைனஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. அட்வான்ஸ் டாக்ஸ் தான் எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணணும் நான் கம்ப்யூட் பண்றேன். ஆமா 10,000 மைனஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேனே நான் 30,000 மைனஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன். 10 once more சொல்லுங்க. இது A62 A82 680 into 75% is your question, right? 75% of tax due should be paid. What is tax due? Total tax minus TDS credit minus advance tax paid of previous installments கிடையாது. TDS total tax minus TDS credit. Not very convincing. உங்களுக்கு என்ன மைனஸ் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? நீங்க எதுல கம்ப்யூட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? இல்ல சொல்லுங்க, பரவாயில்ல. உன்னை பார்த்தா பயந்துட்டா இப்ப அவன். ஓகே, அவன் ஏதோ உருப்படியா ஏதோ டவுட் கேட்கலாம் தான் நினைச்சா. நீ சொன்ன உடனே 17,206 8 பக்கத்து வீட்டுக்கு போய் எடுத்துருவான். எழுத்து வீட்டுல இப்பெல்லாம் முடியுமா? சொல்லுங்க, டேக் யுவர் டைம், ஆஸ்க் மீ. You are saying on some amount, no? If you tell me what you are thinking so that I can parallelly think and correct you. On what amount you will want to complete 75%? ஏய் இரு, அவனை அமைதியா உட்கார வைடா. டேய், ஒன்னால தான் இதெல்லாம். சார் நான் அங்கேன்னு கேட்டா அந்த பையன் பதில் சொல்றான். Please wait, my dear friends. Sorry. Okay, right. So 1,903. So 1,903. Okay. So the net total payable of tax, interest and fees. Total payable of tax, interest and fees. Total payable of tax, interest and fees is 52,998. 52,998. 52,998. உங்களோட கால்குலேஷன்ல ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் அந்த மாதிரி போடுறது. cumulative tax மைனஸ் பண்ணுங்க. நீங்க ஒவ்வொரு வாட்டியும் 15% tax, அதுக்கு எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணிருக்கேன் into so many months. 45% tax, அதுக்கு எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணிருக்கேன். will not be possible. Please follow this. I'm Rajalakshmi has income from house property 3,20,000, business income 360, LTCG which arises on 1st December 2 lakhs. Compute her tax liability. Compute her tax liability. Understand the question. This is a special case question. 6,80,000. 6,80,000. All of us income taxable at normal rates 320 plus 360, 6,80,000. So on this 1,80,000 into 20% plus 12,500, 1,80,000. So 36 plus 12,000, 48,500. 48,500, correct? Plus 4% surcharge. I mean HEC. Plus 4% HEC. What it comes to totally? 5440. All of us has to understand this can be paid in 4 installments. 5440. First installment pay 15%. Next installment 45%. Next installment 75%. Balance in the last installment. That is, if you pay 15%, you should now calculate 45 minus 15. 75 minus 45. So, like that. Now, coming to this LTCG, 2 lakhs into 20%, that is 40,000 plus 4%, okay, plus 4%, 1,600, 41,600. You should pay this in 15th December. The entire 41,600. LTCG and lottery income or winnings need not be estimated. So first 2 installment you will never know. I will get LTCG. But once it arises, pay the 100% tax. Pay the 100% tax for that. Is this clear to you? Is this clear to you? Okay. This is the question. In the regular classroom, I have answered this. Okay. Normally, advance tax is expected to be paid by estimating. However, in case of capital gains and winning, estimation not possible. Hence, advance tax liability for CG and winnings will arise only when the income accrues. 100% needs to be paid. So, in this case, it had a different question. Okay. But your advance tax on capital gains will be paid only for December installment onwards only it will commence. Okay. But for this Rajalakshmi question, I'll give you the answer, but it is of similar nature, my dear friends. Okay, for this 2 lakh, this 41,600, you should have paid the entire 41,600 in December 15. Whereas this 5440 can be paid in 4 different installments. The total turnover is 1 crore 5 lakhs, out of which 15 lakhs is received by account payee check and balance by cash. He does not opt for 115 BAC. What would be your advice relating to the provisions of advance tax with its due date along with the amount payable, assuming he wishes to take maximum tax saving without getting his books audited. 44 AD. 105 lakhs turnover. All of us listen. 15 lakhs by electronic channel. For this 6%. For 90 lakhs, it is 8%. For 15 lakhs, it is 6%. 90 lakhs, it is 8%. How much it comes to? 15 lakhs into 6% plus 90 lakh into 8%. 20? இல்ல total income எவ்வளோ? Income. Can you tell me the income please? 15 lakhs into 6% plus 90 lakhs into 8%. 8 lakh 10,000. Okay, you are saying for this 8 lakh 10,000, 3 lakh 10,000 into 20% plus 12,500. 3 lakh 10,000 into 20% plus 12,500. 74,500 plus 4%. 77? 480. Okay. So he has opted for presumptive computation. You need to pay this amount only on 15th March. Okay. Relating to advance tax with due date June 15th nil, September 15th nil, December 15th nil, not applicable. Only the last installment, the entire 77,480 he can pay. His due date of filing return is 31st July. His due date of filing return is 31st July. A person who has a turnover of less than 2 crores can opt for it, and his maximum benefit will be this. Divakar questions, simple, 440 minus 55, you will give it in 4 installments. We'll complete filing and take the break. Most simple chapter, we know where the question is. On the 2 amendments, the question is. Okay. Section 139 of the law answers 3 questions. Section 139 of the law answers 3 questions. Who should file, when they should file, how they should file. Section 139 answers 3 questions. Who should file, when they should file, how. That how is not a questionable area or the form number. Okay. Who should file, when they should file. In case of an individual, if his gross total income, not total income, gross total income more than basic exemption limit, even before claiming 54 exemptions and 10 AA exemption. Okay. In case of individual, where the income before claiming deduction, so gross total income, or before claiming exemption under exceeds basic exemption limit, file your return. All others, mandatorily file your returns. Firm, company, trust, எல்லாரும் mandatory file பண்ணுங்க returns. Okay. Apart from it, you are an individual who owns an asset outside India. File your return even if you don't have income. You are an individual who is signatory of a bank account outside India. File your return. You have deposited more than 1 crore in the last year. File your return. You have gone on a foreign tour which exceeds 2 lakhs. File your return. Your electricity bill payment exceeds 1 lakh. Important, please remember all these things. Okay, 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 mandatory. When return has to be filed? Simple, simple. If audit is mandatory, 3110. Otherwise, 31.7. But in transfer pricing cases, 30.11. Don't worry about it. Audit mandatory. Appadina, under income tax law or any other law, 3110. Even Companies Act, Trust Act, everything says audit is mandatory, 3110. Salary class 31.7. Adada ipdi. Okay. Audit mandatory. Suppose you are a partner of a firm where audit is mandatory. You are partner of a firm where audit is mandatory. Then also 3110. You are partner of a firm where audit is. Okay. Where audit is mandatory, 3110. Partner of a firm which is audit mandatory, 3110. Transfer pricing cases, 31st. Leave that. Otherwise, 31st July. And CBDT can extend. Okay. Last year or the due date, Netida Munjudu. Because year got over yesterday. Okay. Right. So, CBDT can extend. Return of loss is compulsory. If you want to carry forward and set off losses, return has to be filed mandatory. Where there is loss under business or profession, capital gains, owning and maintenance, then the same shall be carried forward only if the return is filed within due date. However, house property loss and unabsorbed depreciation can be carried forward even return is not filed within due date. Amendment section. Belated return. Return filed after the due date can be filed 3 months before the end of the assessment year or before completion of assessment. For example, for the financial year 21-22, assessment year is 22-23, which ends on 31st March. Amended law specifies that belated return or revised return both has to be filed before 31st December 22. Major amendment. Both for revised return and belated return, major amendment. Who needs to apply for PAN? Okay. If the gross receipt exceeds 5 lakhs, those who are liable to file their return. If you are entering into stock market transactions, if you are a director, partner, and more than that, if you are buying a car, opening a bank account, today everybody opens a bank account, matter. If you have a debit or credit card, demat account, foreign travel, everywhere quoting PAN is essential. So all these people have to apply for PAN. All these people have to apply for PAN. If you don't have PAN, quote Aadhaar. You know what will happen? If you quote, okay, the finance minister said, she said that if you don't have PAN, you can quote Aadhaar. PAN and Aadhaar are interchangeable. Appadi namalta soltanga. Income tax department she said something else. If they quote Aadhaar, allot PAN. You understand that PAN is not having PAN. A place where you have to quote PAN, you quoted Aadhaar. So income tax department will understand, oh, இவனுக்கு இல்ல போல இருக்கு. I will allot him. Sir, நான் apply பண்ணல. You quoted Aadhaar. So she told us one thing. PAN and Aadhaar are interchangeable. You quote Aadhaar. On the other hand, she said, if he quotes Aadhaar, அவனுக்கு PAN கொடுத்துரு. Okay. So, where PAN needs to be mentioned or quoted, assessee can allot, can provide Aadhaar. And now she says, Where Aadhaar is provided, AO will allot PAN to the assessee on the assumption that he does not have a PAN. That's why he quoted Aadhaar. This is taking place for 5 years now. Okay. The dates keep on extending. Don't worry about it. Okay. Self-assessment tax is the last tax you paid, which we calculated. Yeah, all tax plus interest plus fees, everything is known as self-assessment tax. Okay. Right. Here we end the theoretical understanding. Meet you in 20 minutes from now to proceed till 3 o'clock. Whatever possible, I will complete. If I am unable to complete anything, I have already assured you that the full answer book will be with you. But apart from that, if possible, on Monday, I will record whatever I am unable to complete and share it with you. Okay, I'll record in the institute and share it with you. Anyhow, I'll meet you in 20 minutes, friends. All the best. Mr. Subhash is required to deduct tax at source in respect of the purchase transaction made directly with car accessories and co. If yes, when? Oh, I'll find the first part of the question. I'll find the first part of the question. Okay. I'll start with question 6. I'll find the first part of the question. Let's go to that little later. It's a continuous question, so I'll find the first part of the question. Ashiana Developers has completed one of its housing projects in Gurgaon in January 21, which comprises of 10 residential units. It has transferred 9 residential units in Feb 21 and remaining 1 residential unit in May 21 to Mr. Suraj. All the units were transferred by the way of first time allotment. The consideration received from Suraj for the residential unit is 50 lakh, whereas the stamp value for the unit in May 21 is 57 lakh. Due to emergency in his family, Mr. Suraj was in urgent need of funds and he sold one of the residential units to Prakash for 53 lakhs. The stamp value unit on that date was 61 lakhs. Determine the capital gain and income chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Suraj and Mr. Prakash in the above transaction. Please understand, Suraj has got a property for 50 lakhs and sold it for 53 lakhs, but the stamp value on that date is 61 lakhs. The stamp value on that date is 50. Okay, 9 residential unit and one. All the 9 units were transferred by way of first time allotment. The consideration received from Suraj for the residential unit is rupees 50 lakh, while the stamp duty in May 21 is 57 lakhs. Due to some emergency in the family, okay, he sold one residential unit to Mr. Prakash for 61. The stamp duty was 61 lakhs. In the hands of Suraj, option A, 11 lakhs, and in the option of in the hands of Mr. Prakash, 8 lakhs. Case 2, in the hands of Suraj, 7 lakhs, and in the hands of Prakash, 8 lakhs. C, in the hands of Suraj, 11 lakhs and Prakash, nil. D, 7 lakhs uh, okay, as income under the head other sources, STCG 11 lakhs and Mr. Prakash 8 lakh as income under the other sources. Which is right? What happened is the consideration received is 50 lakhs, while the stamp duty in May 21 is 57 lakhs. Okay, 50 lakhs into 110% comes to 55 lakhs. But the stamp duty exceeds, so this 7 lakhs is taxable as IFOS. This 7 lakhs is taxable as IFOS. And then the difference between 61 lakhs and 50 lakhs, FIFO basis of sales. 11 lakhs is taxable as capital gains, STCG. Both these things to Mr. Suraj. Now consider Mr. Prakash, okay, 53 lakh worth of property. Even if you put 110%, it will come somewhere around 58, 59. But 61 lakh, so 11 lakh. So this is the option which will be correct. Suraj is taxable for 7 lakhs IFOS, 11 lakhs STCG, and Prakash will be taxable for 8 lakh as income under IFO. 8, 63 minus 5, 8. Is this correct? Okay. Mr. Rajesh, aged 53 years, and his wife Soumya, 50 years, are citizens of country X. They were living in country X since their birth. They are not liable to tax in country X. Both of them have keen interest in the Indian culture. Mr. Rajesh's parents and grandparents were born in country X. Mrs. Soumya visits India along with Rajesh for 4 months every year to be with her parents who are born in Delhi and have always lived in Delhi. During their stay in India, they organize cultural programs in Delhi NCR. Income of Mr. Rajesh and Mrs. Soumya from the Indian sources 18 lakhs and 16 lakhs respectively. What is the residential status? Right. 4 months varangana 120 days nu vechupom. Rajesh is not a person of Indian origin. Neither he, nor his parents, nor his grandparents are born in India. Okay? So, he does not satisfy the first basic condition. Second basic condition la 60 அது satisfy பண்றான் and 365 அதையும் satisfy பண்றான். So he is a resident but not ordinary resident. Okay. This Rajay, okay, 18 resident but not ordinary varadilla. 120 into 7 itself is high. So ROR then resident and ordinary resident. Resident and ordinary resident Rajesh. Rajesh is ROR then. Yeah, ROR. Now coming to Soumya. Again 120. For her first basic condition, she is not satisfying. Second basic condition, whether it is applicable or not. Applicable because her Indian income exceeds 15 lakhs. Her Indian income exceeds 15 lakhs. So both are resident and ordinary resident. Both are resident and ordinary resident. Thank God this question has come up. I will now be able to give you a small amendment in this, which will be useful. Okay, normally I thought this will be this year, they will not, but anyhow, Mr. All of us, please understand it's an amendment. Mr. A has taken up two ULIPs. ULIP X is issued on 1/1/21, Y is issued on 1/5/21. The sum assured is 30 lakhs and 40 lakhs respectively. Annual premium 3 lakhs and 4 lakhs respectively. What would be the taxability of the consideration received by Mr. A on maturity of ULIP? Can you please write this amendment and keep it somewhere? According to section 10, subsection 10D. According to section 10, subsection 10D. Maturity proceeds of ULIP not taxable. Maturity proceeds of ULIP is not taxable. However, an amendment in Finance Act 21, specifies where the premium exceeds 2,50,000, where the premium exceeds 2,50,000 for policies taken on or after 1/4/21, where the premium exceeds 2,50,000 for policies taken on or after 1/4/21, the maturity proceeds becomes taxable. Okay. So now let us read this question. 1/1/21, this is exempt. Whatever may be the premium, it is exempt. 1/5/21, check for the premium paid. Premium paid is 4 lakhs. It will become taxable. Option A, consideration received on maturity of ULIP X would be exempt, while the profit and gain from receipt of maturity of Y would be taxable. Option B, consideration received from Y would be exempt. Leave it. Consideration received from Y, X and Y would be exempt. Leave it. The profit and gain from receipt of the maturity of both. So option A. Option A. From 1/4/21 only. Thankfully, this question came. I had missed that amendment. Thankfully, now you know that amendment also. Mr. Animesh has sold 10,000 listed shares at rupees 480 of A Limited, an Indian company, on 5/9/21, which he has acquired before 2018. STT was buoyed on. On 31st/1/2018, the shares were listed highest price, lowest price, average price. Based on the above, answer. What would be the residential status of Mr. Animesh for AY 22-23? I don't think they have given details for that. They have not given details for that. Okay, take it as ROR, but I will check if at all there is anything missed out on that. What would be the amount of 1 minute, friends? 1 minute, 1 minute, please wait. Please wait for a minute. I'm just searching for the question. Please wait. I'm sorry. This is the question actually. I'm sorry. This is the question actually. A major part of the question went missed. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Here is the question, Mr. Animesh, an Indian citizen aged 61 years, has set up his business in Canada and is residing in Canada since 2009. He owns a property in Canada, half of which is used by him for his residence, and the other half he has let it out for 12 lakhs per annum. He purchased an apartment in Delhi in 2018 for 42 lakh. The stamp duty value was 35 lakh. He had taken a loan from Canara Bank for 34 lakhs for purchase of this apartment. The interest of such loan was 314 and principal 80. Animesh had given this flat on a monthly rent of 32,500 since April 2019. The annual property tax of Delhi flat is 40,000, which is paid by him whenever he comes to India to meet his parents. Animesh visited for 124 days in the financial year 2021. Before that, he visited India for 366 days in the past 4 years. He had a house in Ranchi which is sold in May 2017. In respect of his house, he received an arrears of 2,96,000. He also derived some other income which are as follows: profit from business there, interest on business of that company out of which 50% received in India, income from Apple Orchid in Nepal given on a contract on yearly contract fees received in Nepal. Mr. Animesh sold 10,000 listed shares at 480, an Indian company which he acquired for 100, STT paid on 31/1. These are all the rate. Based upon this, what would be the residential status of Mr. Animesh for the assessment year? This is a last year question. Okay, please understand this is a last year question. Okay, the question is clear. Mr. Animesh, an Indian citizen, okay, and is residing in Canada for since 2009. He visits India for 124 days during the previous year 2021, for us 2022, whatever it is. And in the past 4 years, he has come for 366 days. Is basic condition 1 satisfying? Is basic condition 1 satisfying? No. Is basic condition 2 satisfying? We need to check on this 15 lakhs condition once. Can we quickly do it in calculator? His Indian income. Flat in calculators, please. Flat in Delhi. He has let it out. Okay. Flat in Delhi. He has let it out on 32,500. 32,500 into 12. 3 lakh 90 minus 40,000 municipal taxes paid, 3 lakh 52,000. 30% standard deduction, 3 lakh 14,000 interest. The interest on loan for the financial year 2021, 3 lakh 14,000. How much is the loss? Let out property, you can claim loss. Let out property, you can claim loss. 69,000. Huh? Okay. On the other side, Ranchi property, 2,96,000 into 70%. 2,96,000 into 70, 30% standard deduction. So I am saying 70%. 2,07,200. And what is the net income from house property? Net income from house property, 1,38,000. 200. Please write and keep it. Net income from house property, 138,200. 138,200. Next, profit from business in Canada is not taxable here. Interest on bonds, 6,20,000 into 50%. 6,20,000 into 50%. 3 lakh 10,000. Have that also. So I don't think his income is, oh yeah, capital gains. Capital gains. Okay, please write down neatly. Sale value 10,000 into 480. Sale value 10,000 into 480. 48 lakhs. Less, less cost of acquisition. Please understand. FMV on the date of sales 480. FMV on the date of on 31/1/18 only lowest value should be taken. Only lowest value should be taken 280. 480 or 280 whichever is less, 280 stays, or 100 whichever is high, so 280 stays. 10,000 into 280, 28 lakhs. So 48 minus 28 lakhs, 20 lakhs capital gain. 20 lakhs capital gain. So 20 lakhs capital gain, his his Indian income has exceeded 15 lakhs. His Indian income has exceeded 15 lakhs. His Indian income has exceeded 15 lakhs. So, second basic condition will be 120 plus 365. Is he satisfying? Is he satisfying? Yes. He is coming for 124 days. Huh? Yeah. He is coming for 124 days, satisfying. Additional conditions also satisfying. He is a ROR. He is a ROR. He is a ROR. What would be the income taxable under IHP? You computed something and wrote it. 138,200. Income under IHP will be 138,200. Income under capital gains will be 20 lakhs. Capital gain is 20 lakhs. While computing tax, I'll give you that exemption. Yeah, sure. Capital gain 20 lakhs. What would be the total income of Animesh if he does not opt to pay 115 BAC? So that is where that exemption comes. 19 lakh plus 138,200. How much? 138,200 தானே பிளஸ் இன்னொரு இன்கம் இருந்தது இல்ல சாரி 50% ஏதோ இருந்தது plus 19 lakhs. How much it is coming to? 20? You gave 1 lakh exemption? One minute. Let's see. One minute. Third question, they put the answer as, they have taken it as C, right? Question. Question answer is C, right? Okay. We'll check with what institute has answered. Eva. So they have taken 290. Yeah? Can you check and see? Have they taken 290? Have they taken 290 average price? 300 highest price. I'll confirm that alone, friends. I think it is lowest price should be taken, but I'll confirm it to you. If they have taken, if their answer is 18 lakhs, that is A, which means they have taken 300. 300 minus, so 180. And now our answer will be 18 lakhs minus 1 lakh plus those two things. 18 lakhs minus 1 lakh plus those two things. You're not getting it right. Yeah, I'll tell you what the institute has done because they are not explaining the answer. They would have taken 290 only and reduced 1 lakh here itself. They would have taken 290 only. Okay, they are okay. They would have taken average price because other than lowest price, I think average price is the better method. They would have taken 290. So the gains would have become 19 lakhs. 480 minus 290. Okay, that will be 190 into 10,000. 19 lakhs, correct? 19 lakhs, on which they have already provided this 1 lakh as exemption, 18 lakhs. Okay, that's why they have put it as A. Okay, at least they could have asked what is the taxable amount of capital gain. What is capital gain now? In my opinion, it is only in their answer also it should be 19, but fine. 19 minus 1, 18 lakhs. Now add those two things. You're getting the answer. Which answer you are getting? 22 lakh 48,200. 22 lakh 48,200 you are getting. Okay. 22 48,200. Okay. Maybe right. Okay. What would be the tax liability computed in a manner so as to minimize his tax liability? What is his? Remember, he is a ROR, right? He is a ROR. And he is aged 61 years. The question starts with the word, he is aged 61 years. He is aged 61 years. Actually, yeah, he is aged 60. Okay. So, what is his income taxable under normal rates? 138,200 house property and the other interest income is coming to 3 lakh 10,000. 310 plus 128,200 comes to 138,200 comes to 438,200. 3 lakhs is exempt. Remaining 138. Tell me. 448,200. Okay, 1,48,200 into 5%. 1,48,200 into 5% plus 18 lakhs into 10% plus 18 lakhs into 10%. Add HEC. Is it falling under these options? He cannot claim 80 because one of the points I thought is, are they coming to 80 EEA because the stamp value of the property is 35 lakhs and he has taken a loan for 34 lakhs for which, but it is a let out property, so he would have claimed the whole interest. it is a let out property, he would have claimed the whole interest. Unless they give the answers, it becomes really, it's really difficult to understand how they have worked out. How much are we getting the answer? How much are we getting the answer? 194? Because there is no basic exemption limit deficit also, so that can be adjusted. We cannot adjust that also. There is no deficit also. There is no deficit also to adjust, because they have said compute in a manner so as to minimize his tax liability. There is no basic exemption deficit. There is no 87A because his income is more than 5 lakh. So that is also ruled out. There is no 80C or 80D or anything that the assessee can claim benefit of. And in 2021 also the rates are same. For assessment year 2021, the rates have remained the same. There is no change in the rates. Hold it. I have to work out and see. I will try to work out. I will definitely try to work out these questions and see. Okay, but here only half of the question is there, but this is a November 21 question, my dear friends. Only half of the question is there. Please don't mind. It is a November 21 question, but when I give you the full material, I'll try to incorporate that other half. Mr. T, an Indian citizen and resident of India, earned a dividend income of 4,500 from a company which was declared on 1/10/21 and paid in cash to Mr. T. What are all the tax implications with respect to the dividend in the hands of T and the Indian company? Such dividend is taxable in the hands of T, and the Indian company is required to deduct tax at source at 7.5%. Tick that option and keep. Or tick now the option B, please. Now it is not COVID year rate, so 10%. Why, you will wonder, dividend 5,000 exemption, okay? But why are we deducting tax? Because dividend is paid in cash. The wordings is it is paid in cash. If it is not paid in cash, then up to 5,000 you have a threshold limit. Since it is paid in cash, it is taxable in the hands of T, and there is a TDS liability also. Mr. X is a working partner and Mr. Y is a non-working partner of a firm. XYZ partnership firm subjected to audit. What are all the due date of filing for both Mr. X and Mr. Y? 31st October. Partner of a firm which is subjected to audit is also 31st October. Mr. Arpit, an employee, has contributed 1,61,280 towards NPS, and similar amount is contributed by his employer. His basic salary 80,000, dearness allowance 40% of basic pay forms part. He has paid 55,000 towards life insurance premium for himself and his wife, and medical premium of 35,000 by crossed check for his mother, being a senior citizen. How much deduction is available under Chapter 6A? Friends, his basic pay 80,000 per month, DA 32,000 per month. So this comes to 1,12,000. This comes to 1,12,000 into 12. Can you tell me the amount? 1314. Huh? 1344. Okay. 1344000. Please understand 80 CCD part 1. 80 CCD part 1 will be 1,34,400. Only 10%. It's not central government. Only 10%. 80 CCD part 2 is also another 1,34,400. 80 CCD part 2 is also another 1,34,400. Medical insurance for himself and his wife 25,000, for his mother 35,000. For himself and his spouse 25,000, mother being a senior citizen the entire 35,000. So 134,400 into 2 plus 25 plus 35, may know how much? About 134,400 into 2. Hey, sorry, this is life insurance. Sorry, life insurance premium. Sorry, 150 for himself. ATC part 1, 150. I took it as medical insurance. Sorry, 150, and part 3 is 134,400, and mother's medical insurance is 35,000. Mother's medical insurance is 35,000. 3 lakh 19,400. Yeah. Cross check. Medical insurance premium and approved, unapproved mode. Only it should not be paid by cash. Okay. 3 lakh 19,400. 3 lakh 150 plus 134,400. I read it, sorry, as medical insurance, but 150, 134,400 plus 55,000, but restricted to 150 plus 134,400 employer's contribution plus the other sum. A building which was acquired for 20 lakhs was sold for 80 lakhs. The stamp duty on the date of sale is 85 lakhs. The fair market value 25 lakhs. It is stamp duty on that date is 22 lakhs. On that date is 22 lakhs. Okay. So during the current year, full value of consideration will be 80 or 85, but it is within 110%. So I will only take 80. Repeating, 80, 110% of 80 is 88. Stamp duty value is 85. Since the stamp duty value does not exceed 110%, I will only take this 80. I will only take this 80. Less 22 lakhs into 317 by 100. 22 lakhs into 317 by 100. Huh? What is the capital gains? Okay. Can you make a small change and see? 22 lakhs into 301 by 100 போடுங்களேன். ஏன்னா last year question answer change பண்ணாம விட்டுருப்பேன். 301 by 100 போடுங்களேன். minus 80 lakhs. 13 lakh. The answer. The answer change panla because I changed the year, but I did not change the answer. If you take it as 301 and compute, you will get the answer. If you take it as 301 and compute, you will get the answer. Please, somebody has asked me to refer to the chat box. Please send me the message. Text me, please. Text me. Mr. Vikas received a gold ring worth 60,000 on the occasion of his daughter's wedding from his friend Mr. Vishnu. Is it taxable? Is it taxable? Yes. On the 10,000, entire 60,000. Remember, on the occasion of assessee wedding only, there is exemption. On the occasion of assessee's wedding only, there is exemption. Otherwise, it is taxable. It is on the occasion of daughter's wedding, taxable. Mr. Vishnu also gifted a chain to Kavya, daughter of Mr. Vikas, worth 80,000 on that occasion, not taxable. Because he has gifted it to the person who got married. Would such gifts be taxable? Yes, the gift of gold ring and gold chain is taxable. Such gifts are not taxable. Value of gold ring is taxable in the hands of Vikas, but gold chain is not taxable in the hands of Kavya. That is the C answer. C answer. Okay. Question number 15. Mr. Sarthak, aged 38 years, working in a company as senior managers. His yearly pay slip, please understand, basic pay, DA, HRA, transport allowance, personal allowance taxable, children education allowance for 2 children. This is his yearly pay slip. Employees' contribution to Provident Fund, professional tax, income tax, net pay. Oh, it continues. Medical allowance, bonus, total earnings. His employer also contributes equivalent sum towards Provident Fund. Dearness allowance form part. He has intimated to the company he will not opt for 115 BAC. Okay. He has not submitted any investment proof to the company. He has 55,212 towards medical claim policy that he would opt for. He would opt for. So he is not eligible for 80D. He has purchased a house for 28 lakhs and taken a loan of 21 lakh, paying EMI. Possession of the house was received. He himself is occupying in this house. Total principal and interest paid. He has 3 children studying in Sandalwood International School. The following are the component of fees. Okay. Tuition fees, admission fees, book stationery, infrastructure, commutation, etc. He has invested 5,000 in ULIP and taken a life insurance policy for his spouse. Invested in NPS Tier 1 and Tier 2 respectively. Donated 15,000 to PM CARES, created during COVID time. He has invested 40,000 in the listed shares of a company on 13 at 200 and sells 100 shares at 350 on 111. STT is paid. Based on the above facts, Answer. What would be the amount of income chargeable to tax under salary in the hands of Mr. The assessee? Okay. Now look at this. Basic salary taxable, dearness allowance taxable, HRA taxable, transport allowance taxable, personal allowance taxable, children education allowance taxable, medical allowance taxable, bonus taxable. So how much? This is the total. 16 lakh 53 to 10. Okay. He and his employer also contributes equivalent sum to provident fund. What is 1,14,312 as compared to these two things? Basic pay plus DA. Add basic pay plus DA. 6,34,068 plus 126,814. 6,34,068 plus 126,814 into 12%. Is this 91,306? Actual contributed is 114,132. Excess contribution. Excess contribution. How much? 20. Add in the 1653 to 10. 22,816. 826. 22,826. Add in this 1676. Is that an option? He has opted for 115 BAC. Standard deduction varadu. HRA, children education allowance varadu. Okay. 1676,036. Since he has opted for 115 BAC, no standard deduction, no professional tax, no children education allowance. Okay. HRA anyhow is staying on his own house. Okay. Whether the tax deducted by the company on the salary based on the intimation submitted is correct. What is the tax deducted by the company? 232,830. 232,830. What is the income that we set? What is the income that we set? 1676,036. Please understand. Up to 15 lakhs, it is 187,500. Up to 15 lakhs, it is 187,500. Plus 1,76,036 into 30%. 187,500 plus 1,76,036 into 30%. How much it comes to? 2,40,311. Add 4%. Okay, 920. Nearest round of எப்பயுமே பண்ணுவாங்க. Nearest 10. No, the correct amount of tax to be deducted is 2,49,920. No, the correct amount of tax to be deducted is 2,49,920. What would be the total income without rounding off of the assessee? Assume that he does not opt for 115 BAC. இதுக்கு மெயின் கொஸ்டினே இதை விட பெருசா இருக்கும். எங்க இருக்கு டோட்டல் இன்கம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா எவ்வளவு டிடக்ஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஐ டோன்ட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். சாலரிஸ் கேட்டிருந்தா கூட பரவாயில்ல. ஃபார் MCQ you are asking such a question. Okay, see my dear friends, if he has not opted for 115 BAC, he will get 2400 as deduction here. He will get 2400 as deduction here. This will qualify under 80C. In the excessum taxable, this will qualify under 80C. Professional tax will be allowed. Standard deduction will be allowed. Standard deduction will be allowed. Okay. And now one by one the various things, please understand. Solunga. He has medical insurance policy towards his parents, 50,000 allowed. 50,000 80D allowed. He purchased a house for 28 lakhs, taken a loan for 21 lakhs. Okay. So, NAV of the house nil. All of us. NAV of the house nil. 2 lakhs can be claimed. 2 lakhs can be claimed as house property loss. Remaining 18,983 can be claimed in 80 EEA. Because he has purchased the house now only. Remaining, the stamp value of the house does not exceed. Remaining 18,983 can be claimed in 80 EEA. The principal portion will go under 80C. Already you have 1,14,000 and odd. And then the school tuition fees will go to 80 for 2 children. Only tuition fees will go. But already it has exceeded 150. ULIP, LIC policy, everything put together 150. Apart from that, for NPS contribution, another 50,000. Here 37,500. Here 37,500. This 50,000, 100% he will get. This 50,000, 100% deduction he will get. When I compute the short-term capital gain, because it is purchased in March and sold in November, 200 per share, 40,000 shares, and sells, he has invested 40,000 in listed shares on 1/3 at rupees 200 per share. So 200 shares he has purchased. 100 shares he is selling. 100 shares he is selling. Okay. He has a short-term capital loss, profit. 100 shares into 150 per share. 100 shares into 150 per share. Okay, this is STCG on which STT is paid, taxable under 111A. இதை வச்சுதான் நம்மளால total income கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியும். You need to work out all these things to find out total income. It is an RTP question. That is okay. That is the only solace we have. Okay, that is the only solace we have because it's too lengthy a question. Okay. Also the tax liability, if he does not opt for that 15%, for the remaining 1,12,500 plus whatever it is, try it out. Take your time, try it out. Assuming for the purpose of answering this question, only that number of contribution is made and is employer towards provident fund. Only that no contribution is made by Sarthak or his employer for provident fund. What amount of deduction is available under chapter 6A? If he does not opt for, you will, that 150, அந்த 114 எடுத்துட்டா மிச்சதெல்லாம் whatever I told you, all the things will qualify under 80C. Tuition fees, principal repayment, LIC contribution for spouse, ULIP, all these things will will be taken into account. Okay, I got your point. In that, one of our friends has answered in that 9th question. They've asked us to reduce the tax, minimize the tax liability, so we can compute 115 BAC, which will be the minimum liability. That 9th question. Okay, that's what our friend has answered me. But that 9th question by itself is little confusing. I'll come back to you because the ROR and the way of taxation slightly differs, but I'll come back to you. Sorry, friend. For this question, please contact somebody. Um, I will. Sorry, this is some other question. Mr. Tejas, an Indian citizen, so Indian citizen, left India permanently with his wife and 2 children for extending his retail trade business of toys in Canada in 2015. He is managing his toys business in India from there. For the purpose of his Indian business, he visits India on 1st of September to 31st January. 30, 31, that is October, November, December, and January he is leaving on 31. So 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 153 days. Huh? Yeah. His business income 23.50 lakhs and 18 lakhs from retail trade business in Canada and in India respectively for financial year. He has no other income for the financial year 21-22. Determine his residential status and income taxable in India for the assessment year 22-23. Okay. 153 days. He visits India on 5. His business income 23.5 and 18 lakhs in Canada and in India. First basic condition is not satisfied. Second basic condition is satisfied. Second basic condition is satisfied because 120 plus 365. I hope this is every year. I hope this is every year. For the purpose of he visits India every year. So he qualifies under the second provision. I want one of you to understand, all of you to understand, both the deemed residents and people who are qualifying like this are taxable as per the provisions of RNOR, treating them as resident but not ordinary resident. Both deemed residents and people who are qualifying like this. That is, normally the second basic condition is exempt, but since the income, Indian income has exceeded 15 lakhs, that 182 has become 120, so they will be qualifying to be a resident, and even though ROR, but their way of taxation, scope of total income is by taking the RNOR into account. Okay, so only this 18 lakhs is taxable in India. First option, ROR, an income of 18 lakhs and 23.5 is taxable. No. NR, 18 lakhs. No. RNOR, 18 lakhs from Indian retail business would only be taxable. No, he is not a deemed resident. C. Okay. Because the provisions of RNOR is applicable for him. Normally, second basic condition is exempt, but in this case, he will be taxable because of that 120 plus 365. The law itself has qualified that the provisions of RNOR will be applicable to him. A doctor maintained two bank accounts, one current account with Canara Bank for her profession and a savings bank account with State Bank of India. The following are the details of her withdrawal from this account during, is it 194 EN? Okay, so from Canara Bank she is withdrawing 20. Can you total these two things? Can you total these two things? Canara Bank's total and the State Bank's total. Canara Bank 1 crore 20 lakhs 20,000, and from State Bank 45 lakhs 63. Yeah. She furnished a return of income for the past assessment year on or before due date. However, for the remaining 2 years, she has furnished a return belatedly. Is any taxable deductible under section 194N on the withdrawals from Canara Bank and SBI? If yes, at what rate? Canara Bank is liable to deduct on 20 lakh 20,000 at 2%. She has furnished a return. So Canara Bank is liable to deduct on 20 lakh 20,000 at 2%. C. Everything. If you withdraw from bank, also for savings, also for current. An interior decorator has a professional receipt of 2560, earned a dividend of 125 and 470.65 as interest, incurred expenditure of 13 lakhs for her profession and 30,000 as interest on loan for making investment in shares on which she received her yield. What would be her total income, assuming she wishes to make maximum savings in tax without getting her books audited? So please understand, business income will be 25 lakh 60,000 into 50%. 12 lakh 80,000. 12 lakh 80,000. All of us understand dividend. Dividend is 1 lakh 25,000 minus interest, which should not exceed 20% of dividend. 1 lakh 25,000, the maximum interest allowed for dividend is only 20% of dividend received. So 25,000 only, even though she is paying a dividend of the interest of 30,000, she can claim only 25,000. So this is 1 lakh. And fixed deposit, she earns 4 lakh 65,000. Fixed deposit, she earns 4,65,000 interest. What is the total income? 18 lakh? Okay. Income from salary, 4 lakhs. Loss from let out property only to the extent of 2 lakhs can be set off. Brought forward loss from let out property needs to be carried forward. There is no income from house property. Business loss cannot be set off against the salary, but it can be set off against the interest. Compute the total income and the amount of loss that can be carried forward. Please remember, 4 lakhs minus 2 lakhs, so 2 lakhs of salary. This 80,000 will go off here. So 2 lakhs is her income, 2,50,000 of house property and 20,000 of business or profession can be carried forward. 2,50,000 of house property. How I say 250? Current year 20 plus brought forward 230, so 250. And business loss cannot be set off against salary. Against interest, I can only set off 80,000, remaining 20,000 to be carried forward. Total income 2 lakhs. House property loss 250 and business loss 20 to be carried forward. Mr. Vikas transferred 600 unlisted debentures, unlisted shares to a company for 3,50,000 when the market price is 515. Whenever you sell unlisted shares, actual sale value or fair market value, whichever is higher, should only be considered. So this 5,15,000 will only be considered. The indexed cost of acquisition is computed as 4,25,000. Determine the income chargeable in the hands of Mr. Vikas and ABC Limited in the above transaction. So, ABC Limited, for the company, if they buy an unlisted shares at less than fair market value, that money, that is 1,65,000. Vikas is taxable for 90,000. Vikas is taxable for 90,000. Short term, long term, index cost, okay, 90,000, and the company is taxable for 1,65,000. Vikas 90,000 and the company 1,60,000. Mr. A, aged 52 years, is a CEO of a company, earned the salary of 1 crore 65 lakhs, LTCG on sale of listed equity shares 106, interest of 482,778 in savings account, aged 52 years, so TTA only 10,000. He provides the following other information for filing his return. He does not receive HRA from his employer. A took a loan from State Bank for repairing his self-occupied property and paid interest of 80,000. Only 30,000 will be allowed and 150 towards principal amount. A had made the following payment towards medical insurance premium. Of his brother will not qualify. Policy 1, assessee, spouse and children, dependent children. Policy 2, parents. For his parents qualify. for himself and spouse qualify. He has also incurred preventive health checkup only to the extent of 5,000 it qualifies, and together it can only be 25. Medical premium 21. Even though I take 5,026, the maximum is 25. 1 lakh PPF 80C, 50,000 and 250 in tier 1 and tier 2 of NPS. He has paid 5,30,000 as advance tax. His employer has deducted 51. His employer has deducted tax at source 5189. He is of the opinion that the balance amount of tax, if any, is going to be paid on 27th July. From the detail, compute the amount of deduction. Assuming Mr. A pays a rent of 65,000 per month for his rented out at Mumbai to Mr. C, a resident individual, is Mr. A liable to TDS? Yes, 194 IB when it exceeds 50,000. Last month 5%. Last month 5%. What would be the tax payable? You need to work it out. Compute the interest under 234B. So obviously there is a shortfall, but check whether it is 90%. Sometimes this nil might be the answer, because if they have paid 90%, that is sufficient, but check that out. Check that out. Am I clear? Okay. The remaining questions, I will give you the answers because I feel very stressed on throat. Okay. The remaining questions, I'll give you the answer. By Monday, these answers will reach you on Sunday. By Monday, I will try to spend some time in recording whatever I have not done in assessment of individual. At least full idea I will give you in each question, what you need to be cautious of, etc. Okay, at least those two girls will be in institute, I believe. Okay, so I will try to sit with them so that I work out and provide you the answers for the unanswered questions on Monday. Okay, but one thing I want to tell you all at the end of it is, see, the most interesting paper might be income tax, but the scoring paper is GST. Your focus should be to score 25 in GST, and definitely you can score anywhere between 30 and 35 in income tax. Half of the mark you will definitely score, but your focus should be to score the maximum in GST also. Okay, which can make it up to the, even if you score 20 in GST, still scoring 30-35 in income tax will not be difficult. If you want all your answers to be correct, be sure it will not be so. I have a lot of experience with speaking with people who have written examination, who have awaited results, who have got the results, who have cleared. I have seen many papers also. Today, this friend of mine, a student of mine, is a chartered accountant in a Big Four organization. But I have seen his law paper, okay, because he is so interested how he passed in law. I'm not joking. He was so interested how he passed this in law. He got the paper and saw that the total is only 33, but he was cleared. I'm not at all exaggerating. This I have seen in my, that friend I also will accept with me if I. So, if you think that you can determine your mark, you are wrong. If you think that you know the answer, you cannot. And you will never be, trust me, your marks will be directly reversed to what you have expected. That paper you thought you performed well, you might not get that satisfactory mark. That paper which you thought might not scrap through might have helped you to get the aggregate also. So never carry home after the examination anything. Your mark is never dependent, never can be judged by you. It has lot of other factors. This I am only speaking in experience. With regard to tax paper, if you write 75% of the paper, you are clearing. If you write 75% of the paper, when I say 75%, I mean steps, everything. 100 marks, 75% you are able to present your answer well, you are clearing with a good mark. With a good mark. But the problem is, fundamentally, we get fumbled as soon as the first question we see. Again, my personal experience, come to MCQ last. First answer the descriptive question, where your command and MCQ, you will never know what time to spend. How long to spend, you will never know in MCQ. So my humble opinion is, come to MCQ last, first answer the other part of the paper, that is descriptive, and then come to MCQ. You will feel more confident. In the descriptive, if one or two adjustments you don't know, don't worry. Please complete the solution. One or two adjust, they are not going to see the final answer and put the marks. Be sure about it. If you don't know section number, don't worry, they are not testing on memory power. Okay? I am much different from all the faculties you would have met, all the faculties you would have interacted with, who will advise you or 15 hours, 16 hours padinga adala onnu vaana. Summa solranga ellarum. Okay, they have not done like that. Pass pannapra enna sonnalum adu history. Adu nambave koodadhu. Okay, that you please be sure. Even I me saying also, pass pannapra yaar vena enna sollalam, ana enak theriyum na eppadi padichen. Okay, daily koilukku pone adha na padichadu. Okay, right? So please understand that there is no one formula for clearing. If you know, then everybody will clear CA. Okay, it will click. It will click. You don't know how it will click, but it will definitely click. Yours is hard work, definitely. By being there in the 4 days in the classroom and other things, I know you are putting the hard work. I need not keep on telling you, poi padinga, idu padinga. I know you are all putting the hard work. For the hard work, the result will definitely be successful. A slip is a slip and not a fall. So please understand, unga ellara vida na slip anavan. If at all any of you have slipped, I want to tell you, okay, na CAV vaanalam poiruken nan. Idu இந்த course இதுக்கும் we are not friends. அப்புறம் எங்க அம்மா வந்து இல்ல எப்படியா போய் எழுதிடு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு, so like that one day I cleared. Okay, so I have fallen enough. I am not like any other faculty of yours who are rank holders, who are great preparing and hard working people. அல்ல இல்ல, நான் ரொம்ப தலைவர் படம் வந்தா தலைவர் படம் தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பேன். ஓகே, so not even என்னடா ஏப்ரல் 14 தலைவர் படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆகும், இந்த பக்கம் மே 1 எக்ஸாம் வாங்க சார், முதல்ல தலைவர் பார்த்துட்டு வரலாம் அப்படின்னு அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டைல்ல ஐ ஹவ். ஓகே, I am not saying to take me as example, but there is no one, don't do that also, but there is no one success formula. There is no one success formula. Okay, எங்களுடைய in our articles days, எங்களுடைய accounts paper எப்படி இருக்குன்னா, one accounts paper, only 5 questions, no choice, only 5 questions. Accounts இப்ப படிக்கிற accounts 1 and accounts 2 ரெண்டும் ஒரே book. Okay, advanced accounts and accounts are same book. Okay, உள்ளுக்குள்ள module அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போ ஒரு சாப்டர்னு சொல்றத உள்ள module. So there will be 18 modules and no choice, only 5 questions, each carry 20 marks. விஸ்வநாதன் சொல்லிட்டு எங்களோட நாங்க எல்லாம் ஆர்டிகல் சேர்ந்து படிச்சோம். நான் வீட்ல வந்து அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஃபேவரட்ன்றதுனால நான் கொஞ்ச நேரம் போட்டு பார்ப்பேன். He told me he is going to study only 6 chapters, and if 4 chapters are going to be questioned, he will clear the exam. Otherwise, நாங்கெல்லாம் அந்த ஒரு 18 மாடியூல்ல ஒரு 12 to 14 modules படிச்சுன்னு போனோம்னா, nowhere exaggeration. Today is practicing chart accountant. 6 modules only he studied. He told me he was continuously interacting with us. Only 6 modules he prepared. He cleared, we did not clear. ஏன்னா அந்த 6ல 4 வந்தது. That day I understood CA will click. Okay, so you sir, yaar vena soltam only hard work will win. Na with due regard solren, there is an element of luck which will also travel along with you. Okay, இப்போ ரீசெண்டா நான் ஒரு ரேங்க் ஹோல்டர்கிட்ட பேசும்போது கேட்டேன், that how come is there an element of luck? That rank holder said yes, I have an element of luck, I don't know about others. Every exam day she told me, I don't know, I believe she would have told me only the truth. Every exam day நான் அன்னைக்கு மார்னிங் என்ன படிச்சேனோ அது 20 to 25 மார்க்ஸ் எனக்கு பேப்பர்ல வந்தது. All the 8 papers, she said, that day morning I did not pick and choose, I am going to study this. Probably amendments I would have studied because so many of you are telling amendments padinga aman. But every day whatever I studied in that month, so that is the time I believe that there is something called luck which matters for NCA. In spite of studying so much in that half a day, 2 o'clock is the exam na, annikku morning la எழுந்து படிச்சதுல 25 marks வந்தது. Okay, so இதுவும் ஒரு கிளிக், அந்த it will click அப்படின்றதுல எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ், நிறைய எக்ஸாம், நிறைய பேரை பார்த்து பேசியிருக்கேன் நான். So no, don't believe that there is one success formula. Don't believe there is this is the only way, this is, it will click. I believe, but you are all putting the hard work. I am not going to tell you that go and study, go and do this, etc. ஒரு smarta prepare பண்ணுங்க. You do the amendments. You don't now know what to do in that 1.5 days. In the material, total 200 pages na, 100 pages questions, 100 pages than theory. When I give the solution also, don't get worried what it is 320, 330 pages, 100 page than theory. If you go through the theory once and நான் எவ்வளவுதான் உங்களை வந்து யூ ஒர்க் அவுட் அண்ட் சீன்னு சொன்னாலும் நீங்க ஆடிட் தான் பண்ண போறீங்க. அதுக்கு நானே சொல்லிடுறேன், ஆடிட் பண்ணுங்க ஆன்சர்ஸ். ஓகே, ரைட். ஆல் தீஸ் திங்ஸ் will make you clear, will definitely make you clear. For those who are writing for the first time, there will be 200 people who are pulling you down. Okay, who will say that CA is tough, you don't know how tough. All successful people have something, some story to tell you that they are successful because of their hard work. So they will say, நீங்க யார வேணா பாருங்க, it can be your parents, it can be your seniors, it can be your some relative, random friend. நான்லாம் எவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்பட்டு CA படிச்சேன் தெரியுமா? சத்தியமா அதெல்லாம் போய். ஓகே, ரைட். ஓகே, அப்படிலாம் இல்ல, யாருமே கஷ்டப்பட்டுலாம் இங்க படிக்கல. நான் அந்த ஒரு ஆர்டிகல்ஸ்ல இருந்து ஆரம்பிச்சு இன்னி வரைக்கும் in my 35 years I have seen many rank holders, many people who did not make up to the examination. CAவே வாங்கலாம்னு சொல்லிட்டு போனா. இந்த மாதிரி என்னுடைய ஸ்பியர்ல நான் நிறைய பேரை பார்த்ததுனால சொல்றேன், don't believe anybody. Your preparation, your working out will only work. No one can tell you that this is the success formula. 18 hours படிச்சா பாஸ் பண்ணலாம்னா எல்லாரும் 18 hours படிச்சிருப்பாங்க. There will be at least ஒரு 1 lakh people who can read for 18 hours. அது கிடையாது. 18 hours படிக்கலாம், படிச்சா பாஸ் பண்ணலாம்ன்றதுலாம் இங்க கிடையாது. That day it will click. I am very confident. I am a very strong believer, a very strong believer. I will definitely pray God that for whatever sincerity you have shown in the class and in the for those friends who are sitting at home and listening also, for whatever sincerity you have shown, that itself is a clear proof that you will clear the examination. Just don't worry, CA is not too harsh. ஆனா ஒன்னே ஒண்ணு பண்ணுங்க, நீங்க எல்லாம் பாஸ் பண்ணிட்டு பெரிய ஆள் ஆன அப்புறமும் உங்களோட அடுத்த ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லாதீங்க, நான் எவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்பட்டு நான் அன்னைக்கு உங்க கண்ணு முன்னாடி நான் வந்து நிக்கணும் அப்படி. ஓகே, ரைட். That day also you should not okay. So by God's grace, in another 2 years time, I'll meet you all in the final classroom where our discussion will be much more deeper. Come to the regular classroom, adula na potra drama da adhigam, okay, than in this. All the best, friends.